The gods have abandoned us. Such a carelessly carved inscription, visible on a piece of rotting wood nailed to a dead tree stump, greets any brave soul bold enough to venture to Assyria, the farthest town of the empire. One must have a touch of madness to undertake a 2-day journey from the last railway station of the civilized world to the very edge of humanity, where just beyond the horizon lies the great desert. Red as brick and cracked like an old man's skin, the no-man's land lures people with its cursed hopes. Those who've heard the extraordinary tales circulating in the capital about abandoned gold and silver mines flock to its embrace like flies. Many have tried to survive the hardships and struggles of the journey to cross the point of no return, a 7-day trek through the wind-whipped and dust-laden desert. Healers deceive the weak-minded, promising that after 14 days of sacrifice, hallucinations, blood, and sweat, one will see fields blanketed with greenery, and beneath that lush grass, treasures that, frustratingly, no one has yet seen. Despite numerous failures, fools still dream of eternal glory, hoping to break the curse of these cruel fields of death. Eternal wanderers, longing to escape the dirt, dust, and poverty of the empire's grand metropolises made of steel and stone, paradoxically fall into the trap of childish fantasies. Thus, Assyria is filled with fallen souls who've collided with brutal reality. The few who survived the encounter with the great desert are easily recognizable against the gray sky and swirling dust. Their dead, hope-starved eyes freeze the blood in one's veins. They're like the damned, waiting for the end of their days. Stripped of the will to live, they gaze with contempt at new arrivals, full of deceptive illusions and strength, reminding them of those who years ago tried to battle nature. And once again, the survivors watch as, at high noon, a lone woman drags a small cart approaching from the east. Cast-iron pots clang against the sides of her stall, drawing the attention of the townsfolk. The red-haired woman, who dared to don tight fabric trousers instead of a skirt, tries to ignore the disapproving glances. Perhaps in the capital, or another civilized city of the empire, her attire would provoke laughter, but not here. Here, she encounters only disgust from the locals, as her trousers, leather belt, and white shirt, stained with red sand, unmistakably mark her as another person yearning to face the valley of death. Naive, think the anonymous passers-by. Foolish, the locals judge. Mad, the women assess. Defenseless, the men wonder. Yet she moves forward, undeterred by the adversities. Despite being born into a wealthy family, she was marked by misfortune from a young age. At 5 years old, she witnessed her younger brother crushed under a wagon's wheels on a busy street in the capital. As the preacher's daughter, she endured the taunts of her peers throughout her teenage years. More than once or twice, she ended up in detention or the hospital after brawls with older thugs, defending her family's honor. From birth, she was tempered for a clash with the great desert. But can one truly prepare for something as monstrous as a land marked by death, where on its crimson surface no evidence of life can be found? As far as the eye can see, one finds only sun-scorched ancient bones of long-dead animals or shyly protruding skeletons of dead trees, covered in ashen dust. This truly is a land forsaken by the gods, scarred with numerous fissures formed during malevolent storms and the decomposing corpses of those who failed to return from these red sands of doom. It is these very corpses that later become macabre signposts, marking important points on subsequent cursed expeditions. At high noon, standing on the main muddy road of the town, in clear enough air and an almost cloudless, graphite sky, one can see to the west the glimmering distant mounds, forming a twisted, winding path upward. These black dots are the graves of people buried in mass graves, covered with heaps of dirty stones. Yet on this day, when a new person arrived in Assyria, the weather mocked the locals. The wind played a mournful tune on the old hinges of the unslicked doors of a shabby motel, and red specks hung in the air, making visibility and breathing difficult. Everyone had to cover their noses and mouths with scarves and protect their eyes with makeshift glass, as only a few could afford proper goggles. The saloon doors jingled as the red-haired woman stepped inside, seeking shelter from the approaching purple sandstorm. Earlier, she had secured her cart in a side alley between the inn and the luxury hotel. Unaccustomed to rural surroundings, she grimaced at the sight of several lost souls sitting with their glasses. As she walked forward, she removed her scarf and binoculars, and to everyone's surprise in the establishment, she smiled broadly. Her white, even teeth were an anomaly among the orange fangs of the people surrounding her. She instantly became the center of attention, and the locals discreetly began observing the unusual guest. Her snow-white complexion made her look like a pearl among pigs.
"Whiskey?"
She said boldly, full of confidence. The bartender, gray as two tufts of grass overlapping each other, laughed with a throaty, raspy chuckle. He was a stocky man, slightly overweight, with an unexpectedly sharp gaze. He stood out from the crowd with his full set of teeth, which he displayed as he immediately laughed at the stranger's request.
You must be either naive or foolish, thinking you'd get whiskey in a godforsaken place like this,
He remarked sarcastically.
"So what can I get here?"
The mysterious woman wasn't giving up. Stepping closer, she leaned against the bar counter and looked deeply into the bartender's eyes with utmost seriousness.
I can offer you water. That would be the most appropriate.
He replied.
"I'm done with yellow water filtered through homemade filters. It tastes like piss."
The stranger's tone didn't change, still brimming with vigor and enthusiasm. However, when she mentioned piss, the bartender raised his eyebrows in surprise. He couldn't believe that such a beautiful woman, and that wasn't just his opinion, could utter such a crude word from those pink, full lips. It was this very phrase that captured his attention.
We have moonshine.
He responded, this time a bit more seriously.
"Good moonshine?
Just moonshine.
I'll take it."
The red-haired beauty pulled a silver coin from her pocket and placed it on the counter, which further surprised and excited the bartender. The man couldn't believe his eyes, seeing the shiny, nearly immaculate coin. If she was a pearl among pigs, then this small coin was, in this metaphor, a diamond.
That's imperial currency.
He exclaimed, swallowing hard, immediately drawing the attention of everyone present in the saloon. Earlier, their interest in the conversation had started to wane, but now everyone became alert again. A murmur spread through the room, growing in intensity. "Imperial currency," the men whispered, sipping their bitter moonshine. They looked at each other, making sure they had understood the bartender's words correctly. They couldn't believe what they had heard, as if their feeble hearing had caught another poet's tale of ancient treasures. Their reactions weren't surprising. Assyria, lying furthest west of the empire's capital, was a place entirely different from the rest of the civilized world. Minted coins were a rarity here. People traded services or worked off their debts in kitchens or fields, and only the wealthier ones tossed so-called tolls, copper buttons that served as currency in these parts. They were remnants of the 1,000-Year War, which changed the course of history, creating a new, uneasy order. Some, the braver ones, called these copper buttons grave obols, because to acquire one had to dig through the surrounding fields in search of the remains of soldiers who died many decades ago.
"Yes, that's right. It's imperial currency."
The woman confirmed confidently. Despite her short stature and rather slim build, she displayed remarkable strength of spirit.
"And anyone who joins me on an expedition across the Great Desert will receive 5 of these coins."
She added encouragingly.
5 imperial coins?
A hoarse voice, sounding like a rickety steam wagon, suddenly emerged from inside the saloon, reaching all the way to the bar, where the conversation was taking place. Moments later, the old wood creaked, and the man who had just spoken sprang from his seat and leaped toward the young lady with force. The traveler barely had time to notice a long, crooked, crow-like nose, fox-like eyes, and numerous scars on rough skin before she felt herself being yanked. The wiry man, unable to maintain an upright stance, shoved her backward, pressing her against the counter, causing unbearable pain in her lower back.
Did I hear your proposal correctly?
He asked mockingly.
5 imperial coins for a journey into the unknown? Or maybe you'll just hand over my share, and I'll let you head to your certain death? How about it, sweetheart? That sounds fair, don't you think?
John?
The bartender interjected hesitantly.
Don't butt in when grown-ups are talking.
John snapped, and the innkeeper, who was a head taller, took a few steps back until he felt the unpleasant touch of the old wooden wall. The scoundrel who had so shamelessly attacked the woman was John Marlowe, a member of Yeager's gang. Among all the members of this unusual group, John was considered the most unhinged. He was as thin as a twig, sinewy like a map covered with river channels, and his nasty habit of licking his tense lips added to his maniacal appearance. He also enjoyed making unbearable noises and loved being the center of attention. His eyes held a hint of madness, making it impossible for anyone to predict how a conversation with him might end. Everyone who could avoided any confrontation with this insane fellow. The woman, unaware of the customs in the town of Assyria, defended herself by kicking her attacker straight in his family jewels. John's face turned crimson instantly, and his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It was uncertain whether the mix of shame and fury stemmed from pain or surprise, but the rule in these God-forsaken lands was simple. No one messed with the Yeager gang. And yet, as if it were nothing, she had broken this unspoken law.
You bitch!
John yelled, stunned, as he raised his hand. He was eager to settle the score. It didn't matter to him that his opponent was a woman. He wanted to reclaim his honor, and he knew only one way to do it. In his mind's eye, he could already see himself slapping this foolish woman across the face until she landed at his feet, begging for mercy. But Marlowe, along with everyone else witnessing this tension-filled scene, heard a sudden whoosh. Whistle. Something had sliced through the air with incredible speed and struck the wooden wall right next to him. After a few moments of uncertainty, the rogue and his would-be victim glanced in the direction of the sound and spotted a shiny, white card with the image of the Queen of Spades embedded about an inch deep into the wall. Moments later, this unusual projectile dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a very tangible mark.
Next time I won't miss and I'll take off your hand. That I can promise you, John,
announced a stranger sitting at a table in the middle of the saloon. The rescuer, for that's how he appeared in the woman's eyes, never parted with his leather cowboy hat. In the shadow cast by the hat, one could see a dark, unkempt beard and a dim, brooding gaze. The man, in his prime, radiated a dark aura that eclipsed Marlowe's slight madness.
I was just fooling around.
John backed away from the red-haired woman.
Can't you take a joke?
Oh, I'm splitting my sides with laughter.
The last comment infuriated the troublemaker, who bared his yellowed fangs and hissed like a steam whistle.
Watch yourself, John, or you'll make a fool of yourself.
I'm the fool?
And who else could play the fool in this scene? Look at her. Do you really believe someone like her could be sitting on a fortune?
The stranger continued his monologue.
Dirty, stained clothes. Even from here, I can see the sand under her nails and the bruises on her hands. She probably dragged her cart herself.
But you can't deny she showed an imperial coin.
She likely spent her last savings, or more likely, stole it from someone of high standing and fled all the way out here to our backwater. It's obvious to me that she's searching for gullible people, as naive as she is, to accompany her on an expedition. She's hoping to strike it rich by conquering the great desert.
What are you implying?
You've been duped, John.
God damn it!
John Marlowe bit his lower lip in anger, and thick blood began to flow.
Damn it all!
He shouted again, slamming his fist on the bar.
You're right! I fell for it!
He turned on his heel, staring into the emerald eyes of the bewildered woman. She wasn't scared. She watched his every move intently, ready for action, like a boxer, alert, brave, and prepared for the next round.
You're lucky my friend has more brains than I do. I hope you rot in the desert.
Everett Yeager's right-hand man spat at her feet and hastily left the saloon. The room filled with all kinds of curses that he hurled left and right as he exited the dive. It wasn't a big secret. All the regulars knew Marlowe would likely go blow off steam at the brothel, as he was accustomed to. Once the ruffian was just a memory, the woman, the bartender, the mysterious man in the hat, and a few alcoholics finally exhaled in relief.
Thank you for saving me. My name is Carmen.
Said the woman, her cheeks flushed as she approached her savior. She bowed deeply with a full smile, in accordance with the customs of the empire, a rarity in Assyria. Here, no one cared about social hierarchies or the etiquette of distant lands. There was only one rule: the strong had more rights.
Would you be interested in joining my expedition? I noticed you use divine echo. Someone like you would be the perfect partner for a dangerous journey.
Carmen asked boldly, sitting beside the man without waiting for an invitation.
You must be both naive and foolish. But let me give you some advice. If I were you, I wouldn't flaunt my wealth here, whether it's real or imagined. I don't know why you came or why you intend to challenge the Great Desert, but know this: no one, absolutely no one in this godforsaken town will help you on this expedition. They'll rob you of your valuables before they'd ever attempt to return to that cursed land.
Replied the man, without lifting his eyes from the yellowing newspaper he had been reading before Carmen entered the saloon.
That's strange. I heard that the people here are brave.
And I heard that people from the capital are wise. Apparently, we're both wrong.
Maybe you'll change your mind?
Do you really think I might change my mind?
We'll find out soon enough. If you do change your mind, I'm leaving at dawn tomorrow. You'll find me in the nearby hotel, room number 3. Just be sure to get a good night's sleep.
Are you always so hopeful that everything will go your way?
One must walk through life with their head held high. So yes, you could say I'm always like this. I've always been this way, and I intend to stay this way. It's a good trait for battling the desert, don't you think?
I wish you luck. I have just one piece of advice to end our conversation. When you leave this saloon, take a look at the people of Assyria.
What about them?
Assyria consists of two types of people. The first are the native inhabitants, who are the minority in their own town. They've seen many misfortunes related to the desert. The rest of this bunch has already made their pilgrimage through these cursed lands. So if you haven't met anyone along the way willing to join you, no one here will be foolish enough to return. They know more than you do.
Thank you for the advice, sir.
I don't reveal my name to strangers.
As you wish. Have a good day, and once again, thank you for saving me. Here's a small token of my appreciation.
Carmen left a glass filled with moonshine and exited the inn.
Do you think she'll be trouble?
Asked the nervous bartender, scrubbing the counter for no apparent reason.
I'm afraid she will be.
The man answered, returning to his reading. Battling against the howling wind, Carmen tried to make her way to the hotel. She cast a fleeting glance at her cart, battered by the red sand particles. She paused for a moment, shrugged, muttering curses under her breath about her fate, and then rushed forward like a woman possessed to save her belongings. Several knots had come loose, allowing the desert dust to seep inside. The woman bravely fought the elements, which had caused the main street of the town to become deserted. No one dared step out of their four walls. It was one of those moments that reminded people of divine wrath. The wind ravaged the world, pelting the wooden shacks with sharp grains of sand. Unfortunately, today was the day that a sandstorm of unprecedented force, one that struck once every few years, had hit Assyria. Hearing the sounds of cracking wood, one might believe that the buildings would soon collapse like houses of cards. After securing her belongings, the red-haired beauty quickened her pace, gripping a small brown suitcase with both hands, clutching it to her chest like her most precious treasure. The wall of air and poor visibility turned a journey that would have normally taken no more than a minute into a grueling 5-minute ordeal. Carmen had to find her way through the cursed maze created by nature's fury. Exhausted and slightly battered, the traveler from distant lands burst into the shabby hotel, constructed from beams and rather flimsy planks. It was the oldest building in the area, which, surprisingly, had withstood many angry storms and, for generations, served as a bottomless piggy bank for the Bennett family. Thanks to agreements with successive mayors, the family had a monopoly on hosting guests from the far reaches of the empire. Elizabeth, feeling a sense of superiority over the incoming guest, gave the tired woman, who was gasping for breath, a reluctant look.
Good afternoon. My name is Carmen.
Carmen greeted the hotel owner respectfully.
My dear, good for whom? It's good.
Replied Mrs. Bennet. Ignoring the chilly tone, the eternal optimist approached the reception with a confident stride, just after having rested for a moment on the wooden bench by the front door. She smiled sincerely at the sullen figure who, if looks could kill, would have done so today.
Is something wrong?
Elizabeth asked unfriendly.
I'm sorry. My name is Carmen.
I heard you. I'm not deaf. And so what?
I reserved room number 3 through telegraph.
Oh, so it was you. It's because of you that I had to run to the post office to receive those telegrams.
Mrs. Bennet huffed.
Once again, my sincerest apologies.
Carmen, disregarding the hostess's hostility, smiled broadly once more and pulled an imperial coin from the pouch fastened to her leather belt. At the sight of such a treasure, Elizabeth turned pale and widened her eyes, just as the bartender had earlier in a similar situation. Thanks to this, the girl from the capital was served exceptionally well and, in a never-before-seen occurrence, was escorted to her room. It was nowhere near the quality of even the worst hotel accommodations where Carmen had stayed during her long, tiring journey to Assyria. Yet, the sight of the scurrying bugs didn't stop her from expressing her gratitude and comfortably stretching out on the bed. She was simply exhausted from the 2-day journey, but before falling into a deep sleep, she wanted to review her notes once more, the ones she had been studying fanatically day after day since her father's disappearance. It was because of him that she set out on this expedition. She wanted to find him. She wasn't interested in any treasures, riches, or fame. After more than 4 days, 2 spent on a train and 2 on foot, Carmen could finally feel the softness of a mattress. She didn't mind the company of the cockroaches that darted across the room, curiously peeking at the enormous figure before scurrying away to the nearest corner. Only now did the girl realize how much she missed civilization and its comforts. In Assyria, there was no sewage system, no running water, though in the metropolises it didn't smell much better and looked equally unappealing, or separate bathrooms. There was no electricity, no paved streets, trams, carriages, or city lamps. In the capital, there was no sand, wooden structures, or vast desert steppes. In the heart of the empire, stone, brick, and steel dominated. Due to the ongoing sandstorm, the room was dark, as if night had fallen outside. The planks creaked, the roof rattled, and Carmen felt as though the entire structure was shaking and trembling. To soothe her nerves and escape from this new, wild reality, the young lady pulled a few of her father's journals from her navy blue briefcase, along with a first aid kit, since it was time for her next dose to boost her immunity. It was a necessity, as the use of antibiotics, boosters, and untested vaccines had stripped humanity of its natural immunity. Now, anyone who wanted to survive had to regularly administer this life-giving liquid. This applied to everyone: the urban elites, middle-class townspeople, and even the barbarians of the West, as people living in towns like Assyria were often called. No one was exempt from this ritual, and before venturing deep into the great desert, the body had to be strong and ready to fight. After injecting the clear substance, Carmen lay on her stomach and pulled out her notes and her father's records. Once more, she mentally retraced her journey, trying to understand and memorize the useful information she had gathered over the years, from accounts of people who allegedly returned from no man's land, to articles in renowned journals, and all sorts of calculations based on sketches and descriptions provided to her by adventurers. She was certain she would conquer the final stronghold. All her calculations, which she had verified every day for the past 5 years, aligned with her assumptions. She was ready to sacrifice herself in the name of a higher cause. She spent the next few hours studying the notes from interviews with people who had lost the great battle. She analyzed every description of the hardships that might await her during this grueling journey, hoping to avoid the mistakes of her predecessors. She was convinced, as those before her had been, that she was ready for the adventure. But the adventure surprised her sooner than expected, just after the pale sun dipped below the horizon, when someone unexpectedly knocked on her door. There were 2 knocks, not 1, not 3, just 2. Although the person didn't repeat the action, Carmen knew some mystery awaited her just beyond the door. Initially full of enthusiasm, she thought her savior might have changed his mind. But when she glanced out the window, she concluded it must be someone else. She believed, or at least thought, that she had a good instinct for judging people, and firmly believed that the man who had saved her from John wouldn't dare visit her room late in the evening. Naturally, the question arose, who would disturb her at such a late hour? Wrestling with her thoughts, she concluded that it would be impolite not to open the door. After all, it could just as well be the innkeeper herself, knocking and expecting an answer. She needed to find out. She had to satisfy her curiosity. Breaking away from the world of notes and calculations, Carmen rose from the bed and approached the door. Upon opening it, she managed to notice a tall black top hat, silvery, well-groomed mustache, a wicked grin, and a perfectly tailored jacket fitting a slim body, before the man, holding a cane adorned with golden embellishments, bowed elegantly. "Good evening," the visitor said in a calm, friendly tone. He gave the impression of being a cheerful, dignified gentleman, utterly out of place in the landscape of this backward corner of civilization.
Good evening.
Carmen replied, surprised.
How can I help you?
First of all, I sincerely apologize for disturbing such a lovely lady at this late hour, but the matter is urgent and I believe you can help me.
No problem at all, sir. If I may ask, who are you?
Once again, my deepest apologies. Where are my manners?
He bowed again, this time removing his top hat, revealing thick black hair streaked with gray.
My name is Everett Yeager, and I would like to have a word with you. In fact, we would like to talk.
Yeager gracefully stepped aside, and from behind him, John Marlowe sprang forward, punching Carmen straight in the face without hesitation. Dazed, the woman couldn't piece the facts together, as blood from her broken nose flowed like a raging waterfall, and moments later, she landed on the floor. 2 more thugs entered the room, grabbed her by the arms, and dragged her to the bed, where they laid her down. The gang leader, like an old, stern father, smacked John on the head.
That's not what I meant when I said to greet her. Where have your manners gone?
Sorry, I lost control.
You always lose control. It's your biggest flaw.
Everett extended his right hand, and the crazed Marlowe knelt and kissed it in gratitude. Although Marlowe could stir up a commotion over just about anything, in Jaeger's presence, he tried to control his unstable mind, for everyone, including the entire gang, feared the wrath of the man in the top hat.
It's a good thing she didn't lose consciousness. I wouldn't have been able to talk to her then.
The gang leader stated coldly.
And then I'd have to skin you alive.
Jaeger, laughing at his grim joke, patted Marlowe on the shoulder. And although the other two thugs, Daniel Sills and Marvin Rupert, laughed as well, no one had any doubts that it was more of a warning than a jest. When the bloodied Carmen groaned in pain, signaling that she was conscious, John could finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Please excuse my employee. It's hard to find a good specialist these days,
Everett said patiently, then sat down on the chair that Daniel had brought over.
You're probably wondering why we're intruding at such a late hour, but I've heard some troubling rumors that one of my men was humiliated by you in front of witnesses. Is that true?
I'm sorry, but
The girl still couldn't gather herself after the knockout blow, trying to stop the blood flowing from her nose.
I don't understand what's happening.
She managed to say after a moment.
You lied to me, you bitch, that's what happened.
John shouted angrily, only to be struck hard on the shin with the cane. He fell to the ground, cursing under his breath. The blow was so powerful that tears welled up in his eyes. Everett, who had been the cause of this surprising turn of events for Carmen, rose from his seat, pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and handed it to her so she could more effectively stop the bleeding from her nose, now as red as a beet.
My men are a bit unrefined and sometimes overly brutal, but, they're truthful with me because they know lying doesn't pay in my presence. So John, whom you've already met, told me a little story about imperial coins. Allegedly, a red-haired beauty who dared to strike this scoundrel, now lying on the floor, promised everyone who would accompany her on a journey across the great desert a reward of 5 such coins. It just so happens that recently, actually just moments ago, a new law was passed in Assyria that states that anyone who wishes to venture to their certain death must pay a toll. This especially applies to people who boast about having too much money on them.
Terrified, Carmen took a deep breath but held back her response when she saw Jaeger raise his hand.
Please consider carefully what you wish to say now, for of all human flaws, lying is the one I despise the most.
And what if I truly don't have the coins anymore?
She asked uncertainly, trembling with fear.
Then you'll have to work off the lost trust on the farm, 1 day for each promised coin. As it happens, there are 6 people interested in your proposition, myself included. Each should receive 5 coins, which makes a total of 30 days of work.
I'm sorry,
Everett once again waved his index finger, indicating he wasn't expecting an immediate answer.
Let's take a walk,
He suggested unexpectedly.
I'd like to see your stall. I'm curious to see what you've prepared for your journey into these dangerous regions of our world. Perhaps I could offer some advice. And during that time, you'll have the chance to think about the answer you'll give me to the question of whether you have my 30 imperial coins.
The main actor of this whole drama instructed Daniel Sills and Marvin Rupert to help Carmen get up from the bed. They gathered all her journals and notes, packed them into a small suitcase, and then handed the bewildered archaeologist her belongings. They nudged her gently in the back a few times, signaling her to move forward.
A storm is approaching.
Sills, who was standing closest to the window, noted as he adjusted his thin leather coat that reached down to his ankles.
The dead gods are angry with us,
Jaeger said coldly, then laughed as if he had told a very amusing joke.
Please forgive me, but I once heard that from a healer, and I found it quite charming,
he said to the bewildered Carmen.
Of course, he later lied to me about stealing food from my farm, and he was, shall we say, handsomely rewarded. I'm sure you can guess how his story ended.
Despite the increasing wind, the entire company didn't hurry. Jaeger was known for never rushing, as long as everything went according to his plan. During this strange journey, he entertained his guest with blood-curdling tales. As they left the flimsy shelter, the people they passed lowered their eyes and hurried away in fear. The leader managed to tell a story about his nephew, who encountered a poor, life-worn prostitute on his path. He fell in love with her, wanted to marry her, and have several chubby children. But the woman with violet hair took advantage of his kind heart, stole his considerable fortune, and eventually killed him during their nighttime romps. But fate can be cruel, as the runaway got lost during a violent storm and, instead of reaching the nearest train station, ended up on Everett's porch.
She cried, sobbed, and begged for forgiveness.
He continued, walking at a calm, almost lazy pace.
I forgave her and then crucified her. She didn't suffer long because before I nailed her to the dead wood, I stripped the skin off her. It took half a day. She had strong lungs because she screamed like a madwoman the entire time, wailed, annoyed me. So,
He took a deep breath.
my dear, I hope you don't follow in her footsteps. You're far too pretty to be hurt.
Carmen had no illusions about rescue. Walking through the hall, she watched people hide out of sight as if they had seen a monster or some other abomination. The true demon of this town was Everett Jaeger. But when she stepped outside and saw the red wall of sand, something urged her to stray from the path. She decided to play a dangerous game and lead the group far from her stall. She was tempting fate. Suddenly, the gang leader halted and tapped his cane on the ground. The other men jumped to the side, sensing something was wrong.
She was so beautiful and so innocent,
He said mysteriously, looking at his captive. And it was then that Carmen knew he had realized she was trying to deceive him. She didn't have time to react when she was struck in the shin with the gilded end of his cane. She cried out in pain and collapsed to the ground.
And I had such high hopes for you.
Jaeger said, a bit disheartened, preparing for another blow. In that tense anticipation of the executioner's strike, no one noticed the shadow of a male figure cutting through the raging storm that once again covered Assyria with its wrath. None of the thugs, even if they had wanted to, heard the characteristic whistling sound. In the last moment, the man in the suit saw a flash, then white, and then he knew nothing, as a wave of pain and heat caused him to momentarily lose touch with reality. The magical projectile, in the form of the ace of spades, easily severed the joint connecting the right hand to the forearm of the king of these lands. Moments later, 3 more such attacks struck just under the feet of the bewildered rogues, sending clods of earth flying. Only then did the nameless man charge into the midst of the chaos, grabbing Carmen with strong arms in one swift motion. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the belly of the raging storm. At that very moment, the bandit with the severed hand fell to his knees. He watched with fascination as the dirty red blood poured from his body. He was slowly losing consciousness, but even in such a state, he made no sound that would betray weakness. He waited patiently for his end, feeling only anger and a thirst for revenge. His men, especially the tall, green-eyed brunette, Marvin Rupert, quickly shook off their initial terror and confusion, then immediately sprang into action. Daniel staunched the bleeding as best he could. John, following Marvin's instructions, ran to fetch a wagon, and the chief medic gathered the severed limb and cane from the ground, then placed their boss on the trailer. All 3 men began pulling the wagon, knowing full well where they needed to go. There was only one person who could save Jaeger's life, and that was, of course, the witch Shelby White, who lived not far from the aforementioned farm. This meant that salvation was a half-day's journey away from Assyria for Everett. The race had begun. Some fled west, gradually swallowed by the dangerous sands of the great desert, while others rushed east, battling against time and death itself. Delving into the depths of human memory, the land on which mankind walks has always been barren, poor, and devoid of the spark of hope for unfettered growth. Yet despite this, it managed to nourish its children. However, the greed and exploitation of the human population became so great that the green meadows, crystal-clear waters, and dense forests became a faint memory, as fleeting as the low-hanging sun over the desert steppe. As these food sources withered away, wild animals began to die out, unable to compete with the growing machine of exploitation. Claws, fangs, and thick fur stood no chance against steel and stone. Standing on the brink of collapse, humanity did not stop in this mad place. Flexing its muscles, it pushed further and further, and when there was no more food for cows, horses, and pigs, hard times ensued, shaping the present day. Now, rats, cockroaches, and other disgusting insects reign supreme. Even dogs and cats exist only in stories that, for the younger generations, sound like unreal fairy tales told by their parents at bedtime. Humans had to put their trust in technology, the very thing that had first driven them to the brink of ruin. Today, those who can afford it travel in mechanical creatures known as automobiles, powered by steam, coal, and oil. But this privilege is only for the wealthy, fortunate enough to live in the heart of the civilized world. Even if someone dared to bring wheels and steel to the furthest reaches of the empire, they would soon run out of fuel, especially in Assyria. That's why the three men took turns pulling the modified cart, on which Everett Yeager lay feverish. The gang leader might have been as strong as the aurochs of legend, as brave as the tiger of myth, but even he had to give life its due, and in this case, that meant blood and a hand. The man was in agony, half-conscious as he stared at the makeshift bandage on his stump, wrapped in a worn cloth, soaked with a red, dirty liquid. Every so often, Daniel Sills gave Everett a sip of sharp liquor while urging John or Marvin to work harder. Lost in their frenzied haste, they had long since lost track of time. They didn't know whether minutes or hours had passed since the unexpected attack. They only knew they had half a day's journey ahead, now half a night's, to reach the tall, bare trees signaling the location of the witch's hut. If anyone could help in this tragic, unprecedented situation, it was the dark-skinned sorceress named Shelby White. No one knew her true surname, and the nickname White came from her long, gleaming white dreadlocks that reached down to her waist. She also had distinct chalk-white eyes and wore a necklace of snow-white human bones. People whispered that the witch could communicate with the dead, seeking from their wisdom new spells that had long been forgotten by the modern inhabitants of these barren lands. At dawn, she would make a Thanksgiving sacrifice, lightly cutting her left wrist, and at midnight, she brewed potions from which black smoke would rise from the chimney, forming a graphite column visible for miles on windless days. But today, no one would have noticed the column of smoke, as the wind performed its own ritual, lifting particles of so-called blood sand into the air. It howled, roared, whispered, and deceived. The atmosphere thickened and grew more unsettling as Yeager, delirious with fever, mumbled and talked to himself. He now resembled a sorcerer or some apostate conversing with wicked spirits. None of his men were sure if he would live to see the next day. The thought crossed their minds to put Everett out of his misery and abandon the rescue mission, but one uncertainty kept them in check. They feared that any one of them, knowingly or not, might, in time, reveal this bitter, dangerous secret. And then the wrath, especially from the son of a murdered man, would reach them even at the ends of the earth. So, they took turns pushing and pulling the cart that bounced on the uneven terrain. Finally, one of them spotted black fields on the horizon, resembling enormous waves crashing onto a shoreline. Marvin had seen the black forest, woven from dried-up trees. From afar, with the right perspective, one could mistake these dead monuments of nature for matchsticks stuck into the ground with charred heads. At that moment, the cowboy realized that the storm had once again left Assyria and its surroundings, revealing to the bandits a winding, well-trodden, sandy path leading deeper into the valley, which at one point forked in opposite directions. Following the right path would lead to the infamous farm, where Jaeger's ruthless gang resided. But without hesitation, the three scoundrels took the left path, heading toward the edge of the mentioned forest, where the mysterious witch with an unknown past lived. The woman, dressed in scraps of rat fur that barely covered her slim, athletic body, was just stepping out of her hut, carrying a wooden tray filled with a boiled soup that contained all manner of impurities expelled from the human body. It was the final stage of a cleansing ritual. Upon seeing the familiar face of John Marlowe, who had decided to step forward, Shelby grew furious. She hurled the tray to the ground, and the filthy, foul-smelling water splashed onto the dry, cracked earth. The woman hated being interrupted during her rituals. This was her sacred time, and not even Everett himself had the audacity to disturb her peace.
I told you before.
The witch glanced over John's shoulder and froze, seeing the dying Jaeger, whose groans first drew her attention. She quickly pulled herself together and pushed the silent Marlowe out of the way. She rushed to see the unfortunate man with her own eyes. She couldn't believe that someone like him, Everett Jaeger, the terror of Assyria, was now fighting for his life.
By the dead gods, what happened?
She almost shouted.
There's no time for foolish stories. Too much has happened, and we ourselves don't fully understand what's going on. The only thing that matters now is this. Can you help him?
Sills responded, holding his boss's severed hand and the cane with golden embellishments, which trembled, stirred by magic.
I don't know yet. Take him to my hut. I'll try to help, but hurry. Time is against us.
The cowboys quickly lifted Jaeger into their arms and carried him to the humble-looking hut, which, inside, turned out to be richly adorned. From the moment they entered, they were greeted by a barrage of intense scents. They couldn't identify all the herbs and spices. There were so many in the air that it took them a while before they could breathe freely without irritating coughs. Human skulls hung on the walls, and shelves groaned under the weight of mysterious potions. In the corner stood a cauldron bubbling with a rotten green liquid. Amid the trinkets, baubles, and various decorations were candles and oil lamps, casting an orange glow that effectively combated the gloom. Daniel Sills, the eldest of the men, with a noticeable mohawk and sideburns dyed indigo, carefully watched Shelby's movements as she bustled around. Of all three, he was the only one who didn't trust the witch. He tolerated her only because she was favored by Jaeger, and now he had to watch as she was the one attempting to save his boss's life. It pained him deeply, that feeling of helplessness. The witch pulled out some tools from a shelf, a thin, small knife, a saw, a larger candle, several bandages, as well as a flammable ointment, a mysterious homemade gel, and substances with properties unknown to the men. The only thing Daniel could distinguish were their colors: blue, emerald, black, red, and silvery. It was an entire palette of hues.
Damn it!
Shelby shouted.
What's wrong?
Marvin asked, who until now had been unable to find a place for himself, bouncing like a ball against the walls of the hut.
What's wrong? You ask what's wrong. You dressed the wound so poorly that red sand got into his bloodstream. That will make saving him much harder.
The witch snapped irritably as she poured gel over the exposed, bleeding wound and brought the candle flame closer to it.
What are you doing?
The distrustful Sills yelled.
Don't interrupt me. I'm fixing what you broke.
In an instant, the flame consumed the sticky substance, simultaneously burning the exposed flesh. The stump of the right hand turned into a torch, glowing with a blue light for a few seconds. Jaeger, though unconscious, awoke from his stupor and let out a terrifying howl, sounding like a wild, untamed beast from legends and myths. He began to thrash about, kicking and tossing equipment across the floor.
Are you just going to stand there? Help me hold him down. I'm not finished.
The gang members rushed to help. They grabbed their overheated, enraged boss by the shoulders and legs. They struggled to keep him in place, and the witch had to hurry, knowing her companions wouldn't be able to hold on for long. She needed just a bit of peace to complete her work. Carefully, she used tweezers to remove the larger clumps of dried sand from the wound, assisting herself with the delicate, thin knife. Then, racing against time, she sprinkled the burned wound with powdered herbs and set it aflame again. This time, a golden flame burst forth, and the sand, remnants of the sandstorm, heated to a glowing red. It looked like burning coals. John watched in horror as tiny sparks ignited under Jaeger's skin, like magical fireflies that, until now, had lain dormant within the man's body, suddenly coming to life. At that moment, the gang leader let out an even louder, more powerful scream. He could have drowned out the roar of a departing locomotive. All those present, including Shelby, felt as if the hut, made from thick wooden beams, was shaking to its very foundations. The cane lying nearby, one of the divine echoes, began to tremble and tap the floor once again. Without wasting time, Shelby lit some dried rare herbs and began blowing the rising smoke toward the exposed stump. Silver tendrils, resembling spilled ink in water, wrapped around the charred flesh and protruding bone. The dark matter, like a hand from the abyss, clenched tightly, stopping the last rush of blood escaping from the dying body. In the meantime, Jaeger's screams subsided, and he became cold and distant. He looked as if he were truly dead.
What have you done?
Marvin asked, panic evident in his voice.
I've almost saved his life.
She replied, exhausted, as if she had run the distance to Assyria and back.
Almost? Almost? Are you kidding?
Rupert said angrily.
To save him, I need to speak with the dead. You all need to leave.
We're not going anywhere.
Daniel said, supporting his comrade. The whole situation was making him increasingly uneasy.
We can argue until morning, but we have no other choice. The dead won't speak to me if you're present. This hut, this place, is sacred to them, and in holy ground they only talk when they wish. With you here, they won't say a word.
You don't have our permission to...
Sills raised his voice, but quickly cut himself off, feeling John's hand on his shoulder.
Witches may be crazy, but they know their craft,
Marlowe said, who at that moment didn't seem like himself. Through that small, very small crack in time, he appeared as a conscious and intelligent man. Perhaps that's what made the others relent, and the three of them left the hut.
At last,
the witch whispered, taking 2 black shiny spheres from her pouch.
May you hear my plea.
She crushed the 2 mysterious objects between her fingers. A foul-smelling goo spread across her hand. Shelby smeared it over her lips and cheeks. The narcotic quickly took hold of her. She felt as if, with every breath, milky vapor formed magical images of ancient gods in the air. The world began to spin around her. She heard voices and whispers of people who had long left this world. As time passed, the hut seemed to expand from the perspective of the dark-skinned woman, swallowing more and more space and giving the impression that both she and her patient were were in a vast void, surrounded by the shadows of those who had passed. The apparitions muttered, advised, judged, and some mocked or cursed the living who dared to peek into the realm of death. Finally, within her vision, the witch heard one distinct voice.
Kiss him.
And so she did. She pressed her lips to the unconscious Jaegers, and the onyx goo slowly dripped down, staining his beard. Suddenly, she felt a jolt. Moments later, she couldn't breathe. Someone was gripping her throat, taking her life away.
You've done well, witch,
said the awakened Jaeger, looking at her with unexpected strength in his eyes. The farm. People from the town of Assyria whispered its name as if it were cursed. No one had ever seen it with their own eyes, and no poor soul who ended up there ever returned unless they were part of Jaeger's gang. Even those who had the right to leave dared not speak about it. Sometimes rebellious children were frightened with visions of its hellish depths, and cruel parents would say to their offspring,
If you don't behave, we'll send you to the farm.
If you don't help your father in the barn, we'll send your sister to the farm.
If you don't marry that handsome fellow with a bit of money, we'll send you to the farm.
Yet these were empty threats, for in truth, no parent would ever send their own child or anyone else's to that macabre land hidden among the hills and dead trees. Among the wretches who found themselves in this demonic place, there were rebellious prostitutes who had dreamed of another profession and now had to work day and night to satisfy the desires of Everett's men. There were also travelers who, unaware of the local laws, incurred the wrath of the gang and couldn't pay their debts. One could even find people who had simply given John a crooked look, cursed at Daniel, or won a game of dice against Marvin. The farm housed a few masters and a mass of slaves who worked until the end of their days. No one returned alive from that hell. Men died from exhausting labor, extracting stones, cutting down trees, or farming the barren land. Women served their employers with their bodies, cooked, cleaned, and worked just as hard as the men. Those who were unfit for life in the camp due to illness, meager rations, or brutal treatment from the guards ended up with the witch, who conducted numerous nightmarish experiments on them. Over the years, a few uprisings broke out, led by even fewer brave souls who tried to fight oppression and gain freedom. But every one of them, regardless of gender, ended their lives with cries of despair, tortured and crucified at visible points around the farm, so that every old or newly arrived doomed soul would know the truth. No one defied Jaeger's gang unpunished. So it was no surprise that a few crosses with hanging corpses greeted the wagon carrying the pale Everett. Sitting beside him was the proud Shelby, looking down on the three men pulling the cart. They were breathing heavily, especially Daniel, who struggled under the sun's scorching heat. He was old enough to feel the weight of such a journey in his bones. The trip from the witch's hut to the farm had taken them 2 hours. Outside, by the bushes, 10 people were working under the constant watch of 2 guards armed with loaded shotguns, who occasionally lashed out at the lazier workers with whips. However, upon seeing the weakened Jaeger, the slaves halted their work, and their overseers refrained from punishing them. The sight that they witnessed chilled their hearts. Yet no one rejoiced, neither the bandits nor the victims, because, in the shadow of his father, patiently waiting to seize power, stood his ruthless son. Duncan was not as dignified as Everett. He wasn't as calm or composed. He was a grim caricature of John Marlowe, an even worse version. He was like a storm trapped in a jar, waiting to be unleashed. The wagon traveled 3/4 of the length of land belonging to the Jaeger family before it stopped at the largest house, which reached up to 3 stories. The injured, still feverish leader disembarked from the wagon without assistance. He refused help, seeing it as a sign of weakness. He trudged heavily to the porch and sat in his favorite rocking chair. No one else was allowed to use it, not even his own son, who would face a cruel punishment for breaking this rule. As he regained his bearings, he looked at everyone gathered around who had arrived in the meantime, and then his gaze settled on Daniel Sills. Knowing him since childhood, Jaeger could tell he wanted to say something. He nodded, granting him permission.
Perhaps you should rest after everything that's happened?
His companion suggested.
After everything that's happened, and what exactly has happened?
His voice was chillingly cold, like the night air on the great desert.
Can someone explain to me what happened?
We were attacked.
Marvin Rupert began.
No,
Everett cut him off.
that was merely the consequence of what had already transpired.
He spoke with great difficulty.
John, perhaps you can explain to me what happened.
John Marlowe, who had been standing in the back until now, trying not to draw attention, realized his effort was in vain, for Everett never forgets. He never forgives. John, known for his hot temper and eagerness to fight, now resembled a frightened, helpless child lost in the fog when standing before his boss. He trembled all over as he stepped forward. He didn't want to, but he knew he had no choice.
John, can you explain to me why you didn't tell me that he was involved in this?
I didn't know.
John stammered, trying to avoid eye contact with his boss.
You didn't know? Or did you just forget to mention it to me?
I didn't know. Really. He only warned me when I approached the woman. He just warned me. He
warned you? So you conveniently forgot to tell me about this insignificant detail when you were telling me the story about the woman with the imperial coins. Isn't that right, John?
Yes?
He whispered fearfully.
What did you mutter under that crooked nose of yours? Can you repeat it a bit louder? Just a few hours ago, you couldn't shut your mouth.
I forgot to tell you.
Everett stood up from his chair, using his cane for support. With difficulty, he moved closer to John, and although he wasn't feeling his best, he still instilled fear among his men and terror among the slaves. After a brief, mindless gaze at the sky, he finally looked toward Sills again and said, concealing his emotions under a blanket of cold tone,
Perhaps you can tell me why you suggested I should rest. Do you think I'm tired? Do I look unwell?
That's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean?
Jaeger deftly flipped the cane, grabbing it by the other end with his left hand, and unexpectedly struck John square in the head. He fell flat on the ground, instinctively trying to cover his bleeding forehead. He didn't manage to, as the second blow came swiftly and was far more powerful than the first. Everett began mercilessly beating Marlowe so hard that eventually his skull cracked like an eggshell, and moments later, his brain spilled out like yolk. This, however, didn't stop the cruel man from delivering another dozen or so blows. The air filled with the sound of the cane slicing through it, the crunch of breaking bones, and the murmur of horrified onlookers. The entire symphony was accompanied by the increasingly rapid breathing of the enraged executioner. Throughout this brutal spectacle, no one dared to express opposition. Fear and silence dominated among those gathered, knowing that any dissent might lead to an equally gruesome end. After a moment, John's brain had turned into jam, a dirty, gelatinous jam that splattered the shocked people standing too close to the gruesome scene. No one dared to interrupt the display, and more importantly, no one dared to walk away from this paralysis. The only fleeting thought that circled in their minds was, John deserved it. And soon after, relief followed. Thank God it's not me.
Do you still think I'm tired?
Jaeger asked Daniel once he finished battering Marlowe's lifeless body.
No, you're not tired.
Sills replied coolly, looking straight into his friend's eyes.
I must have been mistaken.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Now prepare the food rations, water filters, vaccines, and the wagon. And anything else we'll need. We leave in an hour. I'm taking you, Marvin, Ethan, and...
He glanced at John's mangled body, then began scrutinizing the people around him. Finally, he spotted one brave man who hadn't lowered his gaze.
Rufus Francis, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Rufus answered without hesitation.
How long have you been working for me? 3, 4 years?
3 years, sir.
Great. As you can see, there's a vacancy for someone like you. From today, you're one of the most important people on the farm. Don't disappoint me, or you'll end up like John Marlowe. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Enough of the sir. Now go fetch my son, Duncan. I have something to tell him before I set off.
Shelby approached the embittered Jaeger, the lord and master of the farm, pleading with her eyes for him not to leave. He was still weak, and his life hung by a thread. But he was consumed by fury. Rage swelled within him, and when he looked at his bandaged stump, he hated himself. It wasn't just about revenge, but something more. It was about justice, retribution, an infinitely deep wrath.
You'll die.
The witch prophesied.
You'll die if you don't stay here. You need to heal first. I still haven't brought your fever down.
That's why you're coming with me,
Everett replied.
You'll have just one task. Keep me alive while we make this journey there and back.
And where exactly are you going?
Where we're going,
he corrected her.
We're embarking on a journey across the great desert. I will traverse hell and the forgotten land of the gods just to catch him and her.
That's...
Madness? It seems to be as contagious as the common plague. After all, I killed John, so his madness must have found a new home. Apparently, that's the price for killing him.
And if I refuse?
You can stay, but without me, my son will scalp and crucify you. He's been waiting for this ever since you rejected his advances. This time, I'll give him free rein. So you have a choice, me or my son. Whom do you choose?
To hell with you, Everett.
Jaeger smirked. It was a sinister, grim smile.
Welcome aboard, Shelby White,
he said sarcastically, while in the meantime, all his key men prepared for the journey. Daniel Sills, Marvin Rupert, the previously mentioned Ethan Woodworth, and the new member of the farm's council, Rufus Francis, who received the divine echo in the form of a boomerang that had once belonged to the now-murdered John Marlowe. Every one of these men was ready to kill for Everett, and more than that, to accompany him on a journey through the hellish land known as the Great Desert. A new race had begun, a game between the prey and the hunter, a game of revenge and escape, a game between Jaeger and the mysterious Nameless One. Carmen, wrapped in a thick, faux fur coat, watched as the campfire offered faint light on the windless desert. It was a much-needed respite from the relentless wind that had plagued her throughout the day's journey. Never before had she felt such torment and vulnerability. She had just begun her trek across no man's land, and already she wanted to turn back, even though she knew there was nowhere to return to. She had put everything on the line, selling all her possessions, and that gamble had already betrayed her many times over. She had been robbed of her imperial coins several times, drastically depleting her financial resources. Twice she was attacked and had to spend a week in a hospital on the outskirts of the civilized world she knew. Yes, this journey had been an ordeal from the very beginning. But now she had different worries. She tried to piece together the events that had led her to the brink of exhaustion. She vaguely remembered a well-built man with a cruel, icy gaze visiting her in the evening and, with the help of his companions, breaking her nose. Then she was forcibly dragged from her small hotel room, only to be saved by a man about whom she knew nothing. Everything had happened so quickly, so intensely, that it was impossible to fill in the black gaps in her memory. She didn't even recall how she managed to escape the town. For the first few hours she sat in her cart, being pulled by her mysterious savior. She observed the half-buried machines in the sand, remnants of people who had tried to conquer nature. She saw the first graves. She heard the flapping of flags as black as night, marking a respectful distance from Assyria. She read the runes inscribed in white chalk on the wind-beaten fabrics, meant to ward off evil demons. But as she had learned, no magic, no technology, was enough to conquer the great desert.
Since I was a child, I always wondered why people didn't lay tracks and send steel beasts across.
She recalled a brief conversation she had with the stranger 2 hours into their escape. It was then that she first saw a locomotive, half swallowed by the sand.
It's not that simple,
The man had replied, pulling the heavy wooden cart with all his strength.
The Great Desert is characterized by a hard, cracked surface, but that ground has its secrets. Beneath this sun-scorched layer lie shifting sands, a mere few kilograms above the accepted limit, and the surface opens up like the jaws of a great beast. Many people lost their lives thinking they had found a way to traverse it with steel and steam.
It seems the gods don't want us to cross this desert.
I wouldn't go that far in your conclusions.
Why not? Don't you believe that gods once existed in this world?
Does it change anything in our lives if we find the answer? If the gods truly existed, they left these lands a long time ago for reasons unknown to me. Maybe they died. Maybe they abandoned us. And if they never existed, it changes nothing either. What matters is the here and now, and right now, they're gone.
What do you mean by that?
We're alone in this world, and nothing will change that. I'll say it again. Only the here and now matters. The past should be buried, just like those massive steel machines in the desert that we passed by.
My father always said that the past shapes us, just as a seed is shaped by the soil around it.
Carmen said, for whom history, even those events that happened before her birth, was important for the modern world.
When the seed rises from the ground, it begins to shape the soil around it. Trees lift the dry ground, giving it new forms.
The wanderer replied. Carmen didn't continue the conversation, as the nameless one's words had caused a bit of turmoil in her worldview. She needed time to digest them, much like a stomach digests food, and that's a lengthy process. After some time, she got off the cart and took over the man's role, allowing him to rest for a while as they walked side by side. Heading directly west, they saw red stretching in every direction, as if they were standing on an endless, crimson sea of emptiness. The feeling of loneliness was intensified by the gray, dirty sky and the pale sun that beat down from morning until the end of the day. But as the star went to sleep, the cold stretched its limbs and announced its reign with a gusty, chilling wind and white dew that froze, forming a thin layer of ice. It was that first night that made the woman doubt her expedition. Yes, she had seen snow in her life when winter occasionally visited the capital of the empire, but it could not compare to the low temperatures of the desert, as if death itself were breathing on her exposed skin. Shivering from the cold and exhaustion, Carmen didn't notice when her new companion approached her from behind and unexpectedly sat down beside her. He settled comfortably on a seat covered with thick fur and handed her a large cup of hot broth.
Thank you,
she said with genuine gratitude.
Thank you for saving me from those thugs. I feel foolish, but I've just realized I never thanked you for rescuing me.
It's nothing,
he replied shortly and curtly.
Why did you do it? Why did you stand up to them?
Does the reason matter? I've always thought that motivations are overrated. Only the outcome of our actions matters, and in this case, the result is that I saved you.
For me, the reason always matters, especially since it forced you to leave Assyria.
I was going to leave anyway. I decided to do it with a bang.
Carmen frowned, disappointed by the sarcastic response. The man quickly caught on to her reaction and added more seriously after a moment.
If you really want to know, I don't know why I did it. All I know is that if I hadn't, you wouldn't have survived many days at Jaeger's farm. No one ever returns from there.
He sighed deeply.
But I was partly telling the truth. I was planning to set off on another journey soon.
Another one?
Carmen asked, listening intently to her companion while holding the warm metal cup closer.
Many adventurers who come to Assyria to conquer the great desert stay there for the rest of their lives. But you could say I'm a traveler. I have no place in this world. Maybe one day I'll find it, or maybe I won't. For me, it doesn't matter much.
I'm all the more grateful that you didn't leave earlier. Once again, thank you, Mr.
Call me whatever you want.
You won't tell me your name?
I don't have one.
Everyone has a name.
Carmen protested.
That's true, everyone has a name. I once had one too, but I've long since forgotten it.
Surprised by his words, Carmen moved a bit closer to look him directly in the eyes and make sure he wasn't joking. After a moment of staring into his gaze, fixed on the dancing flames of the campfire, she came to a startling realization. He wasn't joking.
For as long as I can remember, I've roamed the world, moving from town to town. I never trusted the locals, so I never revealed my name to them. It was simpler and safer that way. Throughout years of wandering through countless lands, I never had the chance to speak my name even once. And one day, I don't know when exactly, I woke up and discovered that I had forgotten my name. Since then, I've been the nameless one.
That's sad,
the woman remarked.
Why?
The man asked, puzzled.
You don't know who you are.
I know who I am. A name doesn't define that. It's our actions that create the epic of our humanity. As I said, you can consider me a traveler. But who are you? What is the real reason for your journey?
Carmen finished her meal, which was neither nourishing nor tasty. However, it was hot enough to warm her chilled body. For a moment, she held the metal container in her hands, drawing out the last bits of warmth while gazing into the distance with a blank expression, as if trying to spot something in the west. Only after a while was she ready to answer that seemingly simple question. Who are you? Indeed, who was this red-haired beauty with a broken nose, bandaged by the nameless one?
My name is Carmen Phoenix,
she said in a sorrowful voice.
You're the daughter of that phoenix?
Yes, Adam Phoenix was my father. I'm surprised you know his name.
Don't forget, I'm a wanderer. I've been to the capital twice. It was hard not to hear about the archaeologist, explorer, and preacher. He was probably one of the last sages who believed in the old faith of the gods.
He was.
Carmen corrected him.
He was one of the last sages. It's because of him that I set out on this journey. 5 years ago, along with his faithful followers, he left the capital to cross the great desert. He was certain he would surpass the 14-day barrier and discover the Valley of Greenery. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was right. He wanted people to believe in the goodness of the gods once more.
I assume he never returned.
Yes, that's true. He didn't return from that expedition. Initially, I set out to find his body. After all, I'm not naive. I know he died on that cursed land.
I don't mean to be rude, but don't you think that's foolish?
I know that now. I've often asked myself how one could find a body in this desert, which stretches endlessly in nearly every direction. That's why I began studying his notes, which he left for me. I mapped out the plan and the route he might have taken. I checked his calculations, ideas, and assumptions, and eventually, I stumbled upon something that pushed me into action.
What did you discover?
My father, like everyone else who embarked on this dangerous journey, believed that all it took was 14 days of travel to cross the great desert. I discovered, and I checked my calculations many times, that the barrier one must cross isn't after 14 days, but after 3 weeks of arduous trekking. Moreover, judging by travelers' descriptions and my calculations, I'm almost certain that the desert is actually a high plateau, tilted upward from the western side.
So you think this endless desert is an illusion?
Yes. I believe the valley everyone is searching for is truly a valley lying in the shadow of a great plateau. That's why, no matter how far one goes, They won't see the end of their journey until they reach the real goal.
A bold hypothesis, and I sense there's a little twist in all this.
What do you mean?
Your motivation. You said that at first you intended to find your father's body, but that's not true. At least not anymore. Your motivation changed after you started this journey. Am I wrong?
I'm not that naive. To be honest, it was just an excuse. I always knew I wouldn't be able to find a body that had probably decomposed and become part of this damn sand by now. Instead, I want to prove to the world that Adam Phoenix was right. The gods truly existed, just as the forgotten Green Valley exists, where crystal clear water flows through countless rivers. That's my goal and duty.
The man noticed that the campfire was starting to die out, so he threw a few more pieces of deadwood he had gathered along the way. He smiled faintly and patted Carmen on the shoulder.
Then I wish you good luck.
You're not coming with me?
Unlike you, I'm not looking for anything in this desert. I know what's out here. Only death and oblivion. I intend to accompany you to the 7-day mark and then veer off to the southeast, avoiding Assyria. Maybe by then, I'll convince you to abandon this madness. Believe me, no one will conquer this crimson land.
I'm sorry, but I can't give up. Even if I feel doubts wriggling under my skin like worms, I simply can't.
More like you just don't want to.
And I won't give up.
Those were the last words they exchanged that night. Exhausted as never before, Carmen took the furs and crawled under the cart to protect herself from the biting cold wind. She covered herself tightly, cutting herself off from the outside world. She was frozen, worn out, in pain, but at the same time, determined. The Nameless One sat on the hard ground for a while longer, watching the flames flicker in the wind. On one hand, he thought Carmen was naive and a bit foolish, just as he had remembered her when he first saw her in the saloon in Assyria. Yet he also felt respect for her, for despite all the hardships, she hadn't given up. She was full of optimism, unlike him. He justified this to himself, knowing what awaited them in the days to come. And that was what he feared the most, the wrath of the great desert. On the following day, Carmen realized that the vision of the desert described in popular journals had little in common with the grim reality. She had expected cracked earth, a pale sun, amaranthine sands, and a menacing heat from the sky. Indeed, she received these gifts, but the desert had more in store, even if a person was no longer capable of accepting any more of its offerings. Driven by the furious wind, they marched among wandering dunes that shaped the horizon's boundaries. As she walked onward, Carmen observed the astonishing nature around her. She felt as if the sands were moving like travelers heading toward a temple. From a distance, these undulating stretches of land resembled the shifting parts of some giant creature. Several times that day, she wondered why this phenomenon in the distance never crossed their path, as if the creature kept its distance like a predator, waiting for its prey to look away. But Carmen never looked away, carefully watching the deadly spectacle of wind and red sand. She not only had to face these surreal shapes, but also came to understand what the desert's lament truly was: the chirping, unbearable sound produced by the wind forcing its way into cracks in the ground. Sometimes it sounded like the wailing of a dying child in the distance, other times like the whistling of an old, useless machine. There were moments when one could swear they heard whispers approaching, surrounding, embracing, and suffocating them. A few times the red-haired woman hissed in shock, almost certain that some being had brushed its fingers against her neck and whispered in a half-voice,
"Turn back, or you will die as we have died."
But there was no one who could have spoken those ghostly, vile words, because the Nameless One hadn't uttered a single word during their entire journey. He was focused on not losing his sense of time and place. He knew that this treacherous land was full of dangers, where not only the lack of water, violent sandstorms, and extreme temperatures posed threats. The greatest danger was a weak mind subjected to subtle, almost invisible tests. It started with whispers, voices, pleas, and commands, and more often than not, it ended in madness. Here, mirages could take on real shapes, as if all the magic of the world had flowed through the stone channels of the empire and filled the desert landscape to its very edges. The deaths of adventurers had caused this great power to rot, creating a living nightmare. Even the frying pans, pots, and other gear hanging from the sides of the wooden cart produced unbearable noises, adding more somber hues to this evil-saturated palette. But perhaps it was human nature that saw and heard only what it wanted to see and hear. Perhaps there was no evil or malevolence here, and it was simply the human tendency to label things they knew best. Maybe the gods didn't want to prevent mortals from crossing this thorny path to discover paradise. Many questions swirled in Carmen's mind during the journey. She had to entertain herself somehow, and without a companion to talk to, she contemplated the philosophical aspects of her wanderings. She always had a head full of ideas and eagerly absorbed information, curiosities, and technological innovations from around the world. But this time, she couldn't count on the miracles of the human world or the magic of witches. Surrounded by the omnipresent red sand, she began to doubt her mission and conjure up various scenarios of her own suffering. Yet even two powerful storms that swept through the lands they traveled didn't trigger a conversation, as if both of them were afraid to break the silence. There were no quarrels or intimate exchanges during the first night. They only opened their mouths late in the afternoon, when even the wandering dunes on the horizon seemed to have settled into slumber. It was precisely what happened on the monstrous ridges that prompted Carmen to instinctively retreat under her cart. It was then that she saw black dots on the sleeping dunes, resembling flies frozen in time. Looking closer, she noticed that these undefined things had elongated shapes, like brush strokes. At first, there were only a few of them, but over time, their numbers grew, forming clusters. Studying them with curiosity and caution, Carmen tried to match these contours to something familiar. Finally, this difficult task led her to a terrifying discovery. The traveler realized that the slender strips fluttering in the wind resembled human silhouettes, though with somewhat disproportionate limbs. She felt as though these mysterious figures were staring directly at her.
It's impossible,
Carmen whispered nervously to herself.
The desert is lifeless. No one should be out there.
And there is no one.
The nameless one replied calmly, having heard her doubts as he peeked under the cart.
But there.
She pointed toward the last rays of the sun.
Someone is there. I can still see them.
There is no one there,
he repeated in a calm, neutral voice, extending his hand toward the frightened girl.
So I'm losing my mind?
No, it's something much scarier.
A few simple yet firm gestures from the nameless one convinced Carmen to stop playing hide-and-seek. Shivering, she sat by the campfire, still carefully watching the dark lines on the horizon. It became harder and harder to track them as the darkness began to dominate the sky.
They are banshees,
her companion informed her.
Banshees? I've never heard of them. I've read many journals and spoken to several travelers in person, but no one ever mentioned banshees.
And no one ever will.
Why not?
For those who perished in the great desert, chasing their unrealistic dreams, banshees are the last thing they see in their wretched lives. For those who regain their sanity and return to the safety of civilization, banshees are a symbol of their madness. No one dares admit that they saw figures in a lifeless land. The world, the empire would consider such a person insane. So those who survived convinced themselves that it was merely a hallucination of their minds. And since no one dared to describe it, every adventurer believes they alone saw it, they alone heard it, they alone experienced it.
So everyone just keeps it to themselves? That's foolish.
Wouldn't you have kept it to yourself if I wasn't here? How did you react? What did you feel?
I was terrified. I panicked like never before. It was irrational, and that's exactly what I don't understand.
And perhaps those who survive don't want to remember their irrational behavior. They want to be remembered as brave adventurers who return to life. No one wants to be labeled as a madman.
Maybe you're right.
Carmen admitted, still breathing heavily but gradually calming down, finding solace in the sight of the dancing flames.
But I still don't know who or what the banshees are.
It's hard to explain.
Try. After all, you seem to know what they are.
Those figures, they both exist and don't. They're like something suspended between life and death. They are the desert, its voice and form.
Are they ghosts?
Don't reduce them to such a meager role, because they aren't dead, as they never truly existed. They're echoes. Everything the great desert represents is embodied in them. The further we travel into the desert, the more banshees we'll encounter until our paths eventually cross. And when that happens, no matter what you hear, no matter what you feel, never look them directly in the eyes.
Why?
People say the eyes are the mirrors of the soul. Perhaps there's a grain of truth in that, because beings that were never born have no souls, and their eyes are empty, and the world abhors emptiness. Everything seeks to be filled. If you look them in the eyes, your soul will no longer be yours. According to legend, the banshees are, in fact, cursed people who dared to look into the void of the desert. Now they are its slaves. They are its voice.
But you said you've never been to the desert.
I haven't.
Then how do you know all this?
When a man travels across the world, he can learn many things, not all of them pleasant. You just need to know how to listen between the lines. And so, I'll repeat my request. Abandon this journey and return to civilization. This is truly a wicked place.
I can't.
She replied with sadness in her voice.
You can't? Or maybe you just don't want to.
I simply can't give up.
Why?
The nameless one was curious about her determination. She was stubborn, full of hope. She reminded him of someone he once knew. That person also carried that spark of action. She was like a candle, stubbornly shining amidst the greatest storm a person could imagine. Yet the man was aware that every light eventually goes out, just as one of those beautiful sources of light had faded many years ago.
I see our world.
Carmen's answer pulled him from his grim reverie.
I see it declining. We're dying along with it. But I believe that behind this curtain of darkness, there's hope. There's life. We just have to find it.
And what will happen when you find that valley? Will the world become a better place?
There will be a change. We can't expect anything to change if we don't do something to make it happen.
Do you think you'll be the one to find change for the world? Don't you think it's a bit selfish to believe that one person, one valley, could alter human nature and save the entire civilized world?
I don't know that. All I know is that if we don't try, we'll never find it. We'll never give the world a chance to change.
The man laughed, trying to resist commenting on Carmen's naive words. His view of her was increasingly that of a child stumbling through the fog rather than an adult woman. However, when he saw the approaching banshees, the ones they had been talking about, he grew serious.
We'll have to put our little argument aside for now.
Why? What's happening?
No matter what happens around you, no matter what you hear or feel, do not open your eyes. Don't respond. Don't move. Be like the desert. Be seemingly dead. You're about to meet the banshees,
he said in a tone that sent chills down her spine, assuming a meditative posture himself. For a moment longer, Carmen watched her companion in this misery as he focused his mind and body, attempting to transform, in her view, into a lone rock on the desert sands. Swallowing her fear and curiosity, she closed her eyes and concentrated her entire mind on her breathing. She repeated in her thoughts like a mantra that under no circumstances should she open her eyes, just as the Nameless One had instructed. After several seconds, which felt endlessly long to the unaccustomed Carmen, the desert arrived. The desert came first with sounds resembling the fluttering of leaves falling from the last living tree in the capital. Carmen imagined herself as a little girl, standing at the foot of the ancient tree enclosed in a glass tomb. Every year, on the 21st day of the last month, she would sneak out of her house to make her own pilgrimage and watch as the rust, purple, black, and green leaves detached themselves from the nearly dried-out branches, dancing in the air before settling on the ground. With each passing year, there were fewer of these swirling dancers who always managed to astonish the young observer. Initially, there were thousands, like stars in the sky. Their flight resembled a colorful rain of hues and shapes, but as time passed, that number dwindled, first to hundreds, then to dozens, until teenage Carmen could encompass all the performers of this once grand spectacle with her gaze. It seemed to her that she was the only one who noticed that as the tree withered, so did the world. That thought of impending death took hold of the present Carmen as she heard the approaching steps of the mysterious banshees. The fluttering, which at first sounded gentle, gradually became more distinct until it resembled the snapping of dry branches underfoot. She heard the cracking as if the sand lamented under the pressure of these dark entities. Their steps were quick, uncoordinated. The behavior of these figures resembled nothing the young woman had ever read or heard about. She felt that the banshees were simultaneously approaching her and moving away, as if the entire space of the campsite was both shrinking and stretching like a spring. Even the fire, which loudly consumed the branches, seemed to be in several places at once. The air around Carmen felt at times thin, as if she were atop the tallest building in the capital, and at other times dense, as if smoke from a fire had engulfed her and her surroundings. She could clearly hear the figures whispering to each other in a language she did not understand and rummaging through her belongings left on the cart. Pots clanged against each other, water sloshed in the containers, and the wooden frame of the cart creaked, bending under a force no human could comprehend. Yet all these sounds were nothing compared to the voice that resonated with dark notes in the mind of the not-so-brave traveler.
Isabel? Isabel, is that you?
She heard a voice that sounded like her father's, calling out to his deceased wife, her mother. At the same time, she smelled the faint scent of men's cologne, so characteristic of Adam Phoenix that she jumped up in panic and stood at attention. Then something touched the bare skin of her neck. It wasn't the eerie touch of a terrifying phantom. No, it was something far more insidious. Fingertips gently brushed her neck and, traveling along the underside of her jaw, moved closer to her lips. There was nothing sexual in this act. As a little child, she had often been greeted this way by her father, who would sneak up from behind while she was playing, gently stroke her, and as he neared her childish lips, he would lift and toss her in the air, always eliciting unrestrained laughter. This time, there was no laughter. She didn't know how to react. Should she run, hide under the cart, or try once more to ignore her surroundings, just as the Nameless One had commanded? The decision was difficult, and even the lack of one carried consequences. But the vengeful hand of fate demanded a choice.
My dearest, my most beautiful.
She heard her father's voice again, speaking to his deceased wife, his voice trembling with emotion.
I searched for you so long. I conducted so many studies. I knew I'd find you here. They called me mad, but I knew the truth. On this desert, the dead truly walk. There is no heaven and no hell. There is no life and no death. There is only existence here and there.
Adam, my love, you've finally come.
Suddenly the air filled with a beautiful voice. One didn't need to be a prophet to know that this charming, sweet sound belonged to Isabel Phoenix, Adam's beloved.
Open your eyes, my darling, and we'll be together again.
Yes, my dearest. I am with you once more.
And where is my sweet daughter, Carmen?
Carmen shivered upon hearing her name spoken in her late mother's voice. She had the feeling that these beings, spirits, phantoms, whatever they were watching her alone, deceiving her with their deceptively sweet words.
Oh, sweet Isabel, Carmen will come to us when the time is right. She will challenge the desert and find us. She will give everything to join us. She will open her eyes and see us. She'll see that there is no death, there is no madness. There's only misunderstanding, but she'll overcome it. She will be with us, here, forever.
Carmen, my sweet daughter. Carmen, open your heart and eyes. Join us. After all these years of separation, smile at us.
Mom?
Carmen gave in to the allure and spoke. Instantly, she felt numerous hands touching her skin.
Yes, my darling, I am with you again.
Her mother answered in a gentle, loving voice.
Join us, sweetheart,
added her father.
Yes, I miss you both so much, I long for you.
It's time to break the chains that divide us. Time for you to come home.
Adam declared, his voice warm and soothing.
Return to us. Return to the happiest moments of your life.
Mom? Dad?
Carmen wanted to return to the days of her youth, to her childhood. Back then, the world seemed beautiful, despite its grayness. To a small child, the world was almost endless, grand, powerful, and magnificent, just like her parents. They were wise, kind-hearted, and caring. She wanted to turn back time and stop it in the moment when everything was still simple and safe. She had a feeling that if she opened her eyes, that seemingly impossible wish might come true. It felt like a mirage, but here, on this cursed land, anything seemed possible. Slowly, she spread her arms as if wanting to embrace the whole world, as if preparing to return to what she had lost. Feeling the warm, gentle touch that reminded her of her parents, she made a decision to open her eyes, to open her heart. She didn't manage to open her eyes when a brutal force pinned her to the ground. Pain shot through her chest and up to her throat, and the only trace of that brief episode was an unfamiliar weight. It took several long moments for her to realize that it was the man who had stopped her, pressing her into the cold sand and covering her eyes with his rough, scarred hand.
I told you not to react to the sounds around you,
he said in a disappointed tone.
You were this close to joining the long list of unfortunate souls devoured by the desert. Are you sure you're ready for this journey?
After those few bitter words, he released her from his grip. Trembling like jelly, Carmen sat up, leaning against the wooden wheel of the cart. She was afraid to open her eyes, but she finally conquered her fear. All she saw was the man sitting there in his cowboy hat, calmly smoking a pipe. He was the only one nearby, looking so majestic, as if contemplating the meaning of life. There was no sign of the phantoms called Banshee. The nameless one met her gaze, his dark pupils blended with the nightscape stretching out behind him. Carmen felt like she was staring into a piece of the sky captured within his eyes.
I warned you about the desert.
He spoke, his voice carrying a threatening undertone.
I don't say things I don't mean.
I thought.
Nothing you want to say matters right now. I'm not interested in what you saw or heard. It wasn't real, so keep that cruel suffering to your heart. No one should reveal themselves so easily to a stranger.
So what was it?
She asked, still uncertain.
A lie you wanted to hear, a lie that wanted to consume you, a lie that tried to take you from this world. Nothing more, nothing less. It was simply the desert.
I thought I was stronger.
Everyone thinks that until they find themselves in the arms of the great desert. Perhaps now is the time to turn back. Don't you think?
Carmen felt an inner unease as she realized she was ready to agree with his suggestion. But she swallowed her fear, forced down the bitter saliva, and looked around the camp. Then she fixed her gaze on the black canvas of the sky, trying to glimpse the edge of the desert. In that moment, she swore, in the name of her deceased parents, that she would not rest until she saw the end of this hell.
No,
she replied with conviction.
I won't change my mind. I know there's a valley beyond this desert, and nothing will stop me from seeing it. Maybe today I lost to the desert, but I'm still alive. That won't break me.
Her companion smirked sarcastically upon hearing her answer.
Get some sleep, because something tells me that the pale sun of tomorrow will be a fiercer opponent than usual.
We'll see about that tomorrow. Good night.
The girl crawled back under the cart, where her makeshift bed was, but before she fully hid, she turned to her, what she considered, knight, and said, knowing he'd react unfavorably to her tease,
Thank you for saving my life. And my soul. Maybe one day, I'll be able to save yours.
With those words, she bid farewell to her savior, who sat by the dying fire for a few moments longer, surprised by her statement. But he couldn't delay sleep any further, knowing that in just a few hours he'd once again begin the arduous journey through the scorching sands of this blood-red land that knows no mercy. The man's words about the coming pale sun turned into a self-fulfilling prophecy. The heat effectively dulled the weary senses of the travelers, who occasionally stumbled over their own feet. Salty sweat left white, faint traces on their faces as it dried in the scorching heat. Their breaths were heavy and shallow, and the air, heated to a searing temperature, inflicted pain with each inhale. So they saved their words as if they were the most precious treasures in the world. The great desert lashed their bodies with grains of crimson sand, driven by gusting winds. This natural, though uncertain, phenomenon stirred delusions in Carmen's mind. Although she didn't share her fears with her companion, a fierce battle raged inside her heart to retain her sanity. In different circumstances, these illusions might have inspired awe if they weren't so vicious and deceitful in nature. The raging wind created marching walls of swirling dust on the horizon. Sometimes they resembled slimy creatures akin to snakes or other vile reptiles, and at other times they took the shape of giants leading their hounds on leashes, howling in fury. In moments of fleeting calm, the woman felt that the ground beneath her feet made sounds like cracking scabs. Memories of the Black Plague, which she had witnessed as a child, resurfaced as she recalled people dying to the sounds of festering wounds. She couldn't be sure if her travel-worn mind was conjuring these twisted visions from the past, or if these hellish, cursed lands were actively trying to break her in every possible way. But still, she kept moving, undeterred by the challenges fate threw her way. At times, her fears deepened with sounds reminiscent of the flapping of enormous wings. She wondered whether it was some great bird, supposedly extinct for centuries, or perhaps a dragon or manticore waiting for the right moment to strike. Despite staring into the skies to the point of near madness, she couldn't pinpoint the phantom that haunted her. Yet, as she noted in her thoughts, perhaps she was losing her sanity, but she hadn't lost her dignity, or the hope that she would reach the end of her journey. She wasn't the only one engaged in a silent battle with her thoughts. The ones with the most to hide are those who know more than they should, and those who conceal their true nature even from themselves, like the nameless one. Was he truly without a name, without a history, without sins or regrets? Would he truly be wandering among the dunes, soaked in death, if his soul were as pure as a tear? Although he had cast aside many dark memories, one continued to echo in his mind, like relentless chains reminding a prisoner that they were enslaved. Despite his struggle, reluctance, and the effort of pulling the cart all day, he couldn't expel from his mind the dialogue with a woman who once meant everything to him.
Promise me,
The mysterious woman said on her deathbed, choking on blood gathering in her mouth.
that you won't abandon this world. Promise me you won't reject the gift you secretly hide from the world.
How can you,
he said with exaggerated anger in his voice,
speak such words now, in the moment of your death? How can you demand something so cruel of me? Don't you love me?
The dying woman held a deck of magical cards as if they were her own children. Her touch was gentle, yet strong enough not to let go of the gift in her trembling hands.
One day, there will come a time when you'll see the world we live and die in differently. I am not cruel, my dearest. I am full of hope.
Hope? After everything that's happened, you still have hope in your heart? Help me understand. Why do you still protect others? Look at us and them. We are cursed. We die in filth and wait in our blood. Is that what you call a gift?
One day you'll understand, my love, that the world isn't as cruel as your eyes perceive it. Maybe you see more than most, but you don't notice the small, subtle things around you. One of those little things is this deck of cards which I entrust to you once more. Take care of it as you've taken care of me throughout our life. Use it when the time is right.
I'll never use it,
the man protested.
Even though you've lost faith, the beauty lies in the fact that it can be regained, just as I restored your gift to you. Use it when the right moment comes. Use it when you regain faith. Use it when you finally understand the words I've spoken to you throughout our life.
She repeated in a raspy voice, yet her voice was so beautiful that no creature on this barren earth could match its sound. The man could have become lost in those memories for much longer if it weren't for the relentless nature of the desert, which allowed no respite. The vile wind ripped the buttons from his coat, lifting it into the air, and along with it went the deck of cards, unique and priceless, that he had carefully hidden. The nameless one didn't even notice he'd lost his most precious treasure as he struggled to pull the cart forward, sweat streaming from his forehead and shoulders, his breath labored. This time, it wasn't he who spotted the loss. It was Carmen, barely standing, who saw the coal-black deck fall from his coat and land right next to her feet. From her perspective, it looked like a magical spectacle, with a black point suddenly appearing against the swirling sand. She was surprised that her companion had a second deck of cards. She was convinced it was another one, as when she picked it up and examined it, she noticed that this specific deck had never been opened. The plastic wrap around the box was still intact.
Why? Why do you have two decks?
She wondered, glancing at the dark silhouette moving through the raging wind. She had never held an artifact before, so for a moment she was both fascinated and terrified. She felt an unknown force pulsating with energy under her skin, seeping into her body and spreading within, bringing a strange, deceptive comfort. Walking a few meters behind her mysterious companion, Carmen Phoenix became increasingly convinced that the longer she held the deck, the more she felt that it was speaking to her. It was irrational, perhaps even foolish, since a deck couldn't have a voice. Yet she heard her own whisper urging her to open the artifact and release the ancient power within.
I can't do this.
She spoke to herself.
But I should. I feel it in my bones. Yet, it doesn't belong to me. But, does it truly belong to him?
She walked like this for nearly 45 minutes, arguing with herself, debating whether to heed the internal voice and tear off the band or return the untouched deck to its owner. On the surface, the choice seemed simple, but the object's power influenced her and her judgment. Like a metaphorical image, the weight of her decision teetered back and forth. The temptation was strong, the suggestion powerful. Who could resist such force? After all, she thought naively, the man already had one deck. Why would he need another? I could open it and just glimpse at the power inside. She was on the verge of crossing the boundary between decency and temptation, ready to abandon the principles and good manners instilled by her late parents. She felt the alluring, almost magical touch of the artifact under her fingertips. In her imagination, she saw shades of gold and purple blossoming in her mind. One decisive act was all it would take to discard everything she believed in, but she didn't do it. Instead, she quickened her pace and handed the deck back to the man, who was horrified to discover that his most cherished, sentimental treasure had been in someone else's hands. The nameless one snatched his second deck with lightning speed and inspected it closely, stunned that she hadn't opened the cards. He was astonished that she had returned them without a word. Now he couldn't find the words to thank her. Seeing his confusion, Carmen patted his weary shoulder and, taking advantage of the moment, switched places with him. Now she was the one pulling the cart, leaving the man in silence as he stood there, dumbfounded, staring after her. He needed a moment to himself. She was sure of it.
Someone still can surprise me after all,
he said emotionlessly, then quickly caught up to her. Together, they pulled the heavy cart filled with dirty water, food, and vaccines they needed to take again when they stopped for another rest in the evening. The temperature plummeted sharply late in the evening, as if winter sought to claim more human lives. The fierce wind howled around their camp, bringing snow and frost. The campfire that was supposed to provide warmth kept going out, losing the battle against the cold. The two people, left at the mercy of the elements, had to take refuge under the cart, covered with every hide they possessed. Even so, it still wasn't enough.
Why did you do it?
The man asked, looking directly into Carmen's eyes. They lay close together, separated only by layers of blankets. While the cart creaked and cracked under the onslaught of the wind, they had the sense that the structure would soon shatter into pieces.
Sorry, I don't understand,
she replied, surprised by his question. At that moment, when they faced the threat of freezing to death, she wondered why he was asking about this.
You gave me back my deck of cards. Why?
It's not mine.
Didn't you feel the temptation?
Yes, I did. No one in the whole world is free from bad thoughts, and holding your echo, I've never felt such curiosity and desire to keep something. It was a strange feeling.
But you didn't do it.
Maybe Adam Phoenix wasn't the best preacher or archaeologist, as people say in the capital, but he was a good father. He taught me that. He always said he wasn't searching for proof of gods or ancient civilizations to possess their knowledge and treasures, but to show their existence to the world. He wanted the world to believe again. I couldn't steal your deck, even though I felt as if my entire body wanted me to. That feeling made me feel like a stranger in my own skin.
I guess I haven't thanked you yet.
You can thank me by telling me why this artifact is so special.
Why do you think it's special?
That feeling I experienced when holding it was
incredible? Believe me, it's nothing extraordinary. Every artifact is like a drug. Once used, it makes you its slave. There's a reason why those who lost their divine echoes went insane, or in the worst cases, died.
I've heard about that. People in the heart of the empire call it the divine disease or the divine curse.
There's something to that. An echo feeds on the essence of our lives while simultaneously giving us a part of its power. It's an exchange. You give something of yourself, and it gives a part of itself.
We both lose something.
Precisely, that's one way to put it.
Is that why you don't use the second artifact?
The man pondered her question. He felt that he should say more than he intended. He hadn't expected that this woman would make him want to open up. He was supposed to be her savior, cold and sophisticated, yet her demeanor intrigued him. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't open up to her. He didn't trust other people, and sometimes he didn't even trust himself. So why should he trust her? He still remembered the last moments he had spent with his beloved. It was then, when he opened up, that the world betrayed him. The wheels of fate turned against him, leaving him alone and without purpose. He had wandered across the empire, unable even to recall how many years had passed since that tragic day that changed him forever. Instead, his mind vividly recalled memories of every visit to those damned places in this sick country. He remembered the dirty streets and morally broken citizens of the capital, buried under a heavy layer of black clouds rising from massive chimneys. He could effortlessly recall the memory of the heavy, foul-smelling rain that created rushing torrents on cobblestone streets, eroding the stone and steel. But it was that very rain that was a celebration for people who craved water. They longed for it, needed it to survive, and though it was as filthy as their consciences, they fought to the death for it. Such a struggle was what the Nameless One saw when he arrived in the city. Chaos, brawls, the wounded lying in pools of their blood. Children cried, adults, like addicts, licked up the remaining water from the pavement, not caring about the dead who had fallen victim to this anarchy that returned every time rain fell from the darkened sky. He had also seen the steel vehicles and ruthless enforcers tormenting the homeless who dared to rest under the statues of distinguished generals. He vividly remembered the images of starving children hunting rats, offering their innocent bodies to petty entrepreneurs in exchange for scraps of stale bread. During his travels, he visited the mines of Sidari, where teenage miners worked relentlessly for 14 hours a day for a meager wage. The conditions were dangerous, and crowds of starving young boys awaited the chance to fill any vacancy. Girls, too, sought work in the mines to avoid the fate of their mothers, who offered pleasure in nearby brothels. In Tao, he watched how cockroaches, rats, and other pests were bred, forming the basis of human sustenance in the contemporary empire. He traversed wastelands ruled by gangs similar to Jaeger's group. He witnessed ritual murders conducted by witches who held licenses granted by the capital itself. The government had long allowed the cultivation of ancient beliefs as long as it kept society in check. It was a silent, unofficial agreement. No one wanted to repeat the events that had led to the Great War. People were kept in line with whips, strict duties, and harsh penalties. No city, town, or village was free from pathology, poverty, and exploitation. Only a few managed to accumulate wealth by ruthlessly exploiting their position and strength. Corruption corroded human souls, making the weakest suffer for others. Carmen Phoenix, raised in the household of a preacher, didn't know the harsh reality that the Nameless One had encountered on his journey. He bore the weight of others' memories. He knew that to survive, he had to remain indifferent, and he usually succeeded in adhering to this principle. Following this one effective method, he spent almost his entire life merely observing the struggles and failures of ordinary people. In Kotanda, south of the capital, he witnessed a procession during which two teenagers were hanged for daring to steal food from the owner of a factory that produced low-quality clothing. Before the execution, they were scalped and beaten by law enforcers. That was the civilized world as seen through the Nameless One's eyes. As he wandered through his memories, Carmen's savior lost track of time. By the time he returned to the thoughts about his second artifact, the girl had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. He didn't resent her. He knew that the journey through the great desert was beyond the strength of an ordinary mortal, so he was surprised by her stubbornness. He was also full of admiration that she still hadn't given up on her journey. In fact, he was surprised himself that he hadn't left her yet. There were situations when, despite his instincts, he extended a helping hand to a soul in need, but he never stayed long. He preferred not to get involved in others' affairs, yet in this case, he still remained by her side. He froze, suffered, but he hadn't abandoned her. And with that strange thought, he fell asleep on the crimson earth. Another day on the great desert began like every other morning in this God-forsaken place. The heroes of this harsh, arduous, and demanding journey woke up just as the pale sun timidly rose above the horizon. They ate modest portions of food, consisting of pork as hard as stone, which was, in reality, rat meat cooked and preserved in salt. They washed it down with dirty water, filtered through a barely functioning device, and took another dose of vaccine to boost their immune systems. As she packed her belongings onto the cart, Carmen carefully watched the dunes, looking toward Assyria. She had a strange feeling that someone was following them. Nonsense, she concluded in her mind, but from time to time she glanced toward the horizon. She knew, however, that somewhere out there, in the Crimson Trail, the banshee and other dark creatures lurked, ready to strike at the moment of doubt. The banshee weren't the only threat. The hermits, shadows among shadows, also wandered the cracked, barren steppes. These shapeless monsters, born from the deaths of travelers, were the embodiment of the darkest and most vile corners of the human soul. They fed on carrion, lurking under dead trees, as dangerous as the desert itself. If the banshee were the echo of the great desert, then the hermits were its claws. The dead land concealed many secrets that a traveler needed to be prepared for.
This time, I'll be ready for any challenge,
Carmen thought, forcing her exhausted body to keep moving. She needed that lie to gain strength, though what hurt her most was that she would have preferred to stay in this place, needing the rest and respite she couldn't afford. She knew their water and food supplies were too meager to last the entire journey, so every minute was worth its weight in gold. However, she lacked the courage to tell her companion because, from the beginning, she knew they'd run out of everything they needed. Meanwhile, the man calmly sifted through the remains of the campfire, trying to salvage what hadn't been consumed by the flames the previous night. Every scrap of dead wood, every drop of water, and every bit of food mattered here. Nothing could go to waste if they were to have even a sliver of a chance to survive this arduous trek. As he gathered the remnants from the ashes, the Nameless One quickly calculated that their supplies wouldn't last the entire journey. He wasn't foolish or naive. He knew Carmen had taken a risky gamble from the start. Today, he had to make a difficult decision: either continue on the path set by the lady archaeologist, or leave her and take the small amount of belongings they had as compensation. A few days ago, when he ventured into the desert's gaping maw, he was confident in his decision, which he had announced to Carmen on the very first evening. He planned to head south, avoiding Assyria and the wrath of Jaeger's gang. But today, he wasn't so sure. He felt obligated to ensure that his companion survived the journey, even if it meant forcefully pulling her away from the dangerous, naive notion that the Green Valley existed.
"It's going to be a tough day,"
he muttered under his breath.
Don't complain. It's just another day of pulling the cart. We'll manage,
his companion replied, approaching him and taking the pieces of unburned wood from his hands. She carefully placed the charred remains on the cart, then slipped the harness over herself, and officially began another day of their journey. That day was no different from the previous ones. The heat poured from the sky, the red sand irritated the skin, and there was no place for idle chatter. Every grain of strength a person carried within them mattered. The tension was evident in the behavior of both travelers, who were nearing a critical point. For the man, it was the decision to abandon the journey, while for the woman, it was about crossing the symbolic psychological barrier of 7 days, the one that every traveler had told her about by the campfire. They walked, slowly dying of exhaustion. That's how Carmen imagined reality. However, she couldn't reveal these doubts to her companion, lest she give him ammunition for the conversation that would happen that evening. She was wiser and more experienced than many of her peers. She remembered words better than most politicians crafting their lies for different factions. The cart creaked with aging wood. The wheels grated as they trudged over the desert's surface, and the wind howled, tearing through the nooks of the cart and its trinkets. The heavy breathing of the travelers could also be heard. In their ears, their hearts beat like bells, and blood flowed like rapid, muddy rivers. Sweat poured in streams, turning each of their foreheads into a furious waterfall of despair. Torment hung in the air. The heat, the scorching dryness were unbearable, and all around them stretched endless crimson expanses of land. Even the dunes seemed more terrifying that day than usual. The pale gray sun focused its malevolent rays on the stubborn travelers, as if testing their endurance. And it was precisely that endurance that failed Carmen at noon when she fell to her knees. She panted, exhausted, and tears flowed from her eyes like a small child who knew they couldn't go any further. She had overcome many obstacles to take on the challenge of the great desert. She had to lie, flee, and pay tolls to various shady people. She had fought off an attempted assault on a train, endured thefts in the capital, and witnessed the suffering of the youngest. Yet she had never lost her passion or optimism, but now the fatigue and pain that seeped into her bones and muscles finally defeated her. The cold of the night and the heat of the day made her think of surrendering for the first time. She felt angry with herself because she could increasingly hear the voice of her opponent, the desert that tormented her. More and more, she experienced spiteful hallucinations. This wasn't how it was supposed to end, she thought in frustration. I was certain I could do it, she despaired with resignation. Seeing the outstretched hand of the Nameless One, she longed to embrace him like a child clinging to their father, and tell him that she wanted to return to the civilized world, which she had doubts and grievances about. It was a difficult moment for her. It felt like the end of the world, the end of her world, a world of dreams and personal fulfillment. That's how it was supposed to conclude, but the real downfall came a few minutes later in the form of a second cart and human silhouettes. Men and a woman approached unnoticed, taking advantage of the moment of despair. Carmen couldn't stop her tears, still crying out and cursing herself for the vileness of those who dared to walk with their heads in the clouds. The Nameless One, absorbed in trying to comfort his companion, didn't notice the approaching danger. Pragmatism urged him to refrain from telling her not to give up. In such circumstances, they were caught off guard by Jaeger's gang. It's impossible to describe the immense effort Jaeger's people put into catching their prey. The youngest of them, Rufus Francis, resembled an emaciated slave after grueling work on the farm. His gaze was vacant, and his short, stocky frame barely stood on its own. Ethan Woodworth, ravaged by the enormous amounts of herbs he had to take to survive the journey across the great desert, had turned completely gray. His clothes were tattered, and he leaned against the edge of the cart to keep his balance. The once powerful ox had been reduced to a mere shadow. Marvin Rupert, now serving as a draft horse from days gone by, looked like a mindless creature pumped with countless drugs. And that's not an exaggeration. Thanks to a mysterious black woman of unknown origin, his bloodstream was full of suspicious substances that left him in a state of stupor and obedience. He was like a loyal but dazed animal, ready to attack any target designated by his lord and master. It's also worth mentioning Daniel Sills, who had survived the multi-day journey through the Red Desert better than anyone else. He avoided all the herbs and drugs administered by Shelby White, ate the largest portions, drank the most water, and took care of Jaeger's health, knowing that if the king of the underworld died, returning to the farm would be impossible for him. Not only did Shelby White, who spoke with the dead, have conflicts with the Prince of Assyria, Daniel had often shown his ambition, fighting for influence and future power. Everett enjoyed the struggle between Sills and his son Duncan. He saw it as the best political entertainment he could get in this forsaken wilderness, far from civilization. The chase across the desert also left its mark on Shelby herself. Deep furrows and wrinkles had appeared on her face, and her skin, black as night, began to lose its youth. Without her potions and rituals, her beauty was fading at an alarming rate. Day by day, she looked more like the stereotypical witch from folk tales, with an unpleasant stare. By the time they reached the meeting point with the Nameless One and Carmen, White sat on the cart beside Jaeger, who, despite his injury, looked the best among them all. There was still fire and fury in his eyes. His rage gave him the strength to endure. Throughout the journey, he barely slept, imagining the day when he would exact his revenge. He even kept a memento, a bloody hand preserved in a jar of formalin, so he would never forget the humiliation and pain he suffered when he lost his hand, his best hand. And as befitting the boss of all bosses, the leader among leaders, he was the one who broke the silence and shattered Carmen's unease.
I've heard from my people that in Assyria they call me a harbinger of doom. Others say I'm the omen of a storm, and some even call me the devil. But never before have I seen a beauty like you, my dear, weeping before I even arrive. Was it your woman's intuition that told you today would be your judgment day? Or did you, sobbing in the arms of that savage without a name, spot our caravan approaching? It doesn't matter what your reasons are. Only one thing matters. I'm back.
His voice, full of rage, made the two travelers immediately turn their eyes toward the bandits, who tried to look majestic in their gesture of triumph. But fatigue had drained their strength, and they stood like statues, watching the reaction of their future victim. The Nameless One quickly stood up and drew a deck of magical cards from his pocket, carefully observing his opponents, who wielded their divine echoes. He saw the revolver with infinite bullets in Daniel Sill's hands, the green sapphire whip coiled around Marvin Rupert's forearm, and the sharp-edged S-shaped boomerang now held by Rufus Francis. All these men were ready to strike. The scene resembled the mythical duels of the Wild East, where gunslingers faced off on the main street of a town, fighting to the death. The atmosphere was thick, like the air simmering under the pale sun.
Won't you say anything? Nothing at all.
Jaeger shouted, growing impatient with the Nameless One's silence.
Judging by your men and the place where we've met, I doubt you came here to talk,
replied the man in the cowboy hat coldly.
Maybe not, but courtesy and good manners dictate that we decorate this moment with a few unnecessary words. Isn't it worth commemorating this day, this hour, these minutes to come? After all, one of us will die.
Death can't be commemorated. It can't be made more glorious or memorable. Death is death. It's ugly no matter whose hand it comes from.
What wise words. See, you can speak when you want to.
While Everett and the Nameless One engaged in this futile conversation, Shelby White leaped off the cart. She had just finished painting ancient war symbols in white paint on her bare skin. She then drank a concoction that smelled of carrion, and her eyes turned dull and lifeless. She stepped into a forgotten realm, accessible only to witches, ready to attack the man with all her knowledge and magic, even if it meant incurring another debt from the dead.
If I were you, I wouldn't do that,
the Nameless One warned, taking a defensive stance to shield the defenseless Carmen. The girl, paralyzed with fear, could only stare blankly at the unfolding scene.
Spirits are vile and greedy. Sooner or later, they'll demand too much.
Maybe they're vindictive and vile, but right now they demand only one thing: your blood.
Shelby answered, her voice altered, as if 10 different people spoke in unison.
What do the damned say, then?
These dead, eternally hungry, bodiless ones tell me they know you. They whisper that it's time for you to return to the cursed realm. I intend to fulfill that contract.
A graphite-colored smoke began to envelop the witch's body, and the drawn runes faded, resembling the pale sun hanging above their heads. There was no telling what Shelby White had sacrificed this time to fulfill her desires. She had already given up beauty, health, and a kidney to prolong her life and learn ancient secrets. What else could she offer to beings with an insatiable hunger?
Spirits will say whatever you want to hear to seal more contracts with them. You might hide that truth from your companions, but not from me. You've already sacrificed much, mingling with forces that go beyond human comprehension. Was it worth it?
The Nameless One threw the question at her with chilling calmness. At that moment, Everett stepped down from the cart, positioning himself between Shelby and the Nameless One, enraged that anyone dared to ignore his presence. He struck his cane against the ground, and it trembled beneath his feet, reminding everyone present that he was the leading actor in this performance. He might be missing his right hand, his skin taut from malnourishment, his eyes perpetually bloodshot from the grains of red sand, but he was still the living, raging Jaeger.
Was it worth it?
He interjected.
Great question. Look at this cursed place. Look at the great desert and the wandering dunes. Look at me and my men. Look at yourself and that miserable woman hiding behind you. Tell me, was it worth it? Was it worth playing the hero? Was it worth it?
Do you really expect an honest answer from me?
Answer me. Was it worth it?
No, it wasn't worth listening to John Marlowe. It wasn't worth giving in to greed for a few non-existent imperial coins. It wasn't worth chasing us across the great desert. It wasn't worth it, Everett Jaeger. And I'm afraid you'll soon find out for yourself.
These words infuriated Jaeger. He grabbed his artifact with his left hand and struck it against the ground again, as if trying to show everyone his fury. A fury as powerful as the desert itself. The gang leader shouted the order to attack, but no one obeyed him. Instead, he heard the roar of drilling machines, the sound he remembered from his youth when they bored into the rocks in the mountains of Edenia, where he grew up. That unsettling noise grew louder, approaching him, bringing back memories of black smoke billowing from the exhaust pipes of steel beasts. He could taste the metallic flavor of coal dust on his tongue and smell the scent of fumes in his nostrils. In an instant, he was transported back decades, to a time when life was harsh, barren, and short, like the lives of miners working in the mines of the Empire. Edenia had toughened Everett, shaped him, raised him, and molded him in its image. As the son of a miner and a prostitute, Jaeger had been tested by life from an early age. By his teenage years, he had already formed his first gang, robbing the rich and terrorizing the poor. At 13, he killed his first man, and it filled him with pride. Why then did he remember his beginnings at this moment? Why did the image of a steel machine drilling into rocks and swirling black smoke appear in his mind? Turning around, he found the answer. He might have been a brute, feared like the devil himself by most. But on the desert, there's only one true devil. What he saw filled him with a profound sense of awe and respect for the Crimson Beast. He understood why his men had ignored his command and, instead of attacking the Nameless One, stood in shock. Marvin was shaking like jelly. Rufus was crying in terror. Daniel had resigned himself to his fate, and Shelby White was trying to curry favor with the dead to save herself. Only Ethan sat calmly, seemingly prepared for what was to come. The Nameless One and Carmen took cover under their cart, trying to create a makeshift shelter in those final moments. But is there any true refuge on this red sea of sand when Judgment Day arrives? And it was Judgment Day that everyone thought of as they watched the enormous storm wall approaching, covering the entire horizon. A force beyond imagination advanced toward the brave souls who were foolish enough to challenge the great desert. Carmen Phoenix had often come across documents and accounts of travelers who wrote about an extremely rare phenomenon called the Wrath of the Desert. It resembled dozens of tornadoes merging into one gigantic organism that carried with it a blood-red fury, sweeping away everything and everyone in its path. There was no escape from it. No prayers to long-gone gods, nor pleas to the damned dead could stop this force of nature. In just a minute, the terrifying sandstorm engulfed more human lives. The great desert struck with unimaginable force, sweeping the travelers away, like a child blowing out the flames on a birthday cake. The swirling red sands created thunder that split the darkness and the air, while tornadoes painted a terrifying spectacle in the sky, full of screeching sounds and the dark, ominous shades of an enraged nature. In brief moments of consciousness, the protagonists felt their bodies lifted off the ground, tossed in every direction like rag dolls. The wooden carts shattered into hundreds of sharp splinters, pots were crushed, food was torn to shreds, and the water simply vanished. Thick hides and canvas tore apart, twisted into tangled knots, and flew away in an unknown direction. In the face of such power, who you were didn't matter. A young, ambitious archaeologist trying to uncover the Green Valley, a mysterious savior with no name in a cowboy hat, or the villain chasing them to the world's end with his gang, all were equally defenseless. Even those with magical artifacts or ancient ritual knowledge were powerless against this destructive force that knew no mercy. To the deafening whistle in their ears and the countless strikes of crimson sand particles, the storm raged across the wasteland, reshaping the cursed land once more. It created new dunes, churned and mixed the dry layer with the wet, shifting sands, unearthed the half-devoured bodies of dead adventurers who believed they could conquer this blood-soaked expanse. It piled up temporary mountains that would disappear in a few days, carved valleys and channels for non-existent rivers. Most importantly, it buried the brave souls, cradling them into eternal sleep. That's what you might believe, gazing at the aftermath of the storm. Amid the wailing wind carrying scarlet grains of sand on its back, there was no sign of a living soul. All that remained after this apocalyptic dance was emptiness and a purple graveyard of valleys and hills, stretching like solemn waves on the horizon. But a keen observer would notice something more, a silhouette emerging from the fiery ocean. Gasping for air like a newborn, the Nameless One was reborn. He emerged from his sandy grave and fell to his knees, bleeding from numerous shallow wounds. His body was covered in bruises and welts, and his trembling limbs refused to cooperate after 3 attempts to exert himself. His blue, cracked lips and an insatiable thirst for water indicated he had been unconscious for many hours, maybe even days. He couldn't estimate how far the tornadoes had carried him. He was astonished that he had survived the encounter at all. He sat there breathing heavily, pondering what to do next. Without food and water, he was doomed to a slow death. Without vaccines, protective goggles, and his beloved hat, he knew that the heat of the pale sun would eventually claim him.
This will be a very slow torment,
he thought grimly. Any ordinary person in his position would have laid back in their sandy grave and covered themselves with the lid of this claustrophobic coffin, hoping to die in their sleep. But some force dwelling in the heart of this nameless man, commanded him to rise. He tried once, twice, a 3rd time, and only on the 8th attempt, after a grueling struggle, he managed to stand on unsteady legs. He began walking westward over the dunes, away from Assyria. He decided that if he were to fall, he would do so while pursuing a dream that wasn't his. Panting heavily, he recalled a man he once met on the streets in the heart of the empire. That man, with his emaciated frame and dark skin, sat on the cobbled ground, watching the river of human bodies, begging passers-by for a morsel of food. The Nameless One remembered him, not because he was sick and the disease had taken most of his lungs. It wasn't the fact that this ghost, ignored by society, shivered in winter and constantly spat blood on the pavement. What etched this man into the mind of the artifact wielder were his eyes, a gaze full of passion and understanding, a remarkable lesson in human resilience. That memory made the Nameless One smirk cynically, deciding that he would fight his cruel fate. He would mock life just as it had mocked him by sending that vicious sandstorm his way.
You'll have to wait a bit longer for me.
He muttered into the wind, hoping it would carry his words to the furthest corners of the world, and with a bit of luck, to all the dead who awaited him. During his arduous journey, looking at his hands, he noticed a resemblance to the miners he had encountered along his path. In the penal colony at the foot of the ancient mountains, he had spent 5 long years working as a convict in a mine shaft. He toiled 14 hours a day with other prisoners, extracting the last remnants of gold to repay a debt owed to a certain magnate. A magnate who had sent his thugs after him, robbed him of everything he had, and made him a pawn in the game of those in high places. It was there that he saw men with damaged hands, full of wounds and scratches. Some of these injuries led to infections, eventually requiring amputation. When he finally regained his freedom, he vowed that he would never let his hands be destroyed again. But as it often happens, when a man makes a vow, fate prepares cruel surprises that bring those promises back with doubled force. And that seemed to be happening now. Walking forward without any hope of rescue, the Nameless One recalled the faces of those he had met along his journey. And since his journey had been long and full of adventures, his mind held a gallery of diverse expressions, smiles, and symbols of defeat.
It's incredible,
he mused, trying to keep his tired mind occupied.
How a person, just before the end, tries to piece their life together into some coherent image.
So, he gathered his memories like pieces of a puzzle, arranging them into a grand picture, trying to understand how it all led to him, now alone, entangled in pain, wandering toward his doom. None of his analyses suggested that the end would come in such an unexpected, brutal, and irrational manner. Yet some part of his soul, hidden deep in the darkest corners, relished what was to come. That grim, bitter voice in his head whispered that it was high time to leave this wretched world. After all, he had traversed the empire far and wide. He had visited the capital only to be repelled by it and its steel monsters and cobblestone streets. He had been in the Sinai Mountains, where he was fortunate enough to drink traditional tea with the Corfu people, sitting under a tent on a stormy night. He had also drunk whiskey from a glass the size of a human skull, while traveling with a traveling circus on the eastern fringes of the known world. He had been cheated at poker by an old witch in a bar on the edge of a toxic, emerald-colored lake. He had tried to survive the hardships of the North by drinking rat liquor by a campfire and endured the struggles of the South, warming his behind by a faint flame. He had been almost everywhere his legs could carry him. He could continue flipping through the pages of the book of his memories until his death, which he believed was approaching soon. However, fate, as if weaving threads into a skein, had decided that his time still had some meaning. And there, on the desert, he saw something black lying in the sand. At first, he couldn't understand what had caught his attention. With each step, he doubted his eyes more, and finally, when he touched the object with his fingertips, he shivered with nerves. He had found his unopened deck of cards. He was convinced that the furious roar of the desert, which had tossed him around like a worthless piece of trash, had taken from him what mattered most. But now he held his most precious possession in his hand, more valuable even than his own life. This deck of cards was the embodiment of the hope he had lost many years ago. In fact, it was what connected him to his humanity. Without it, he would have long abandoned his human life, seeing no sense in continuing to wander through the world of the Empire, the world of men.
By the gods,
he muttered in astonishment, lifting his head. As he looked at the ruined cart and the scattered items on the desert, the Nameless One noticed that most of them were unrecognizable. They were small fragments torn apart by the merciless forces of nature. These tiny specks, resembling poppy seeds scattered across the vast, red sea of sand, led his gaze to wander over the dunes. His eyes scanned the still landscape, where nature's fury blended with an illusion of calm. On one side, the destroyed trinkets, pots, and equipment testified to the power and destructive nature of the great desert, while on the other, the silence, broken only by the gentle breeze, created an illusion of harmony and safety. The urge to mindlessly wander this cursed land, where death's embrace awaited at the end, had to be set aside when he saw a silhouette of a woman among the sands. There was no doubt in his mind. His keen eyes immediately recognized the small, delicate figure partially buried under a red blanket of sand. He didn't rush to rescue her, though, as he was exhausted and wounded himself. Even though his mind yearned to take action, his body struggled to close the distance between him and the unconscious Carmen. The girl was covered in bruises and scars, her swollen face resembling a festering, infected wound of a worn-out miner. She was barely breathing, each breath seeming to drain a part of her life. The nameless one sat beside her and instinctively reached up to his head, trying to remove a hat he no longer had. It was an instinct, a reflex stronger than him. This seemingly innocent scene, meaningless to the world, became an excuse for him to laugh bitterly.
Amazing how we can laugh at ourselves while awaiting our inevitable execution. We must be insane,
he remarked sarcastically, never taking his eyes off the unconscious woman fighting for her life. He was impressed that despite her injuries, which had distorted her body, the woman was still alive and defying death. That one sentence, uttered almost casually, triggered an avalanche of thoughts in his mind. Finally, he recalled a beloved fragment of a text that his dying lover had once recited to him. Sitting on the edge of his endurance, he made a decision that would determine both their fates.
Do not go gentle into this good day. Rage, fight, despite the inevitability of dusk. Ignite fires, stir blazes, push back the darkness that relentlessly consumes the light in the endless dance of the pale sun with the unattainable horizon. Make this eternal battle bring solace to troubled souls, if only for a moment. Do not go gentle into this good day. Rage, fight like the wise men who try to split the night's shroud of death with flashes of denial, thunderclaps of anger, a rain of bargaining, and a whirlwind of acceptance. Let this eternal struggle be etched in the annals of our doom, if only for a moment. Do not go gentle into this good day. Rage, fight for the virtuous, small, frightened souls entangled in the threads of cruel fate that knows neither mercy nor light. Make this eternal battle, wrapped in a fragile wreath of glory, soothe the weakest who need a kind word, even if only for a moment. Do not go gentle into this good day. Rage, fight like madmen trying to grasp the pale graphite sun, wandering the faded blue sky. Let this eternal battle resound with joyful songs about tearful laments, if only for a moment. Do not go gentle into this good day. Rage, fight for the somber ones, whose eyes death blinds with the illusion of the shining meteor of change and mockery. Make this eternal battle a blessing for their life and a curse for my death, which will tear your heart, spread thorny promises, and condemn you to a slave's wandering through a world filled with contempt, if only for a moment. Do not go gentle into this good day. Rage, fight for us, my love, so that you might find the tragicomic stage that will allow you to discover yourself in this grim place and once more see the world through my eyes. And let this eternal war of yours bring understanding and acceptance, if only for a moment, before the gods curse us.
The cold touch of the nighttime desert jolted Carmen Phoenix out of a deep nightmare. She felt too exhausted to even lift her torso, only managing a pitiful whimper, as if she were being reborn in pain and agony. Her swollen eyes could barely make out anything in the dark landscape. At first she saw only a small, flickering point, which gradually took shape until it became a modest campfire flame nearby. After a moment, she noticed a shadow obscuring her horizon. In an instinctive reaction, she shrank back in fear, but quickly recognized her savior. The nameless man approached her, helping her into a half-sitting position so she could absorb as much warmth as possible. She didn't fully remember what had happened when the storm swallowed her and the rest of the actors in that wretched scene. But the sight of the man's face filled her with amazement that they were both still alive. However, she wondered what kind of life awaited them in the desert, without any hope of rescue. Hungry and freezing, her body covered in marks left by the desert storm, she saw no sign of her belongings from the wagon. Even if they were close to the border with Assyria, she thought, their chances of survival seemed slim.
How long was I unconscious?
She forced the words out with difficulty, her throat raw and parched, each word feeling like she was pushing a handful of razors down her throat. The man sat beside her, looking at her with a fatherly concern.
If only I knew,
he replied helplessly.
I have no idea how much time passed before I regained consciousness myself. At first, I counted minutes and hours while I dragged you on makeshift sleds I built from what I found in the desert. But I lost track of time. Each day blurred into one.
So we have no idea how far we are from Assyria?
The nameless man chuckled quietly, surprising Carmen.
Why are you laughing?
It sounds like you want to go back to Assyria. Did it really take a storm with the fury of all the gods to change your mind? If I'd known that was all it would take, I would have summoned it much sooner.
Since you put so much effort into dragging me through the desert while I was unconscious, I thought you intended to save us.
That was my plan at first.
At first?
It's not our fate to return to Assyria.
You're speaking in riddles again. What do you mean by that?
She felt a cold shiver of dread.
When I finally rested a bit and began gathering the scattered remains, the weather started to turn again. Before I could finish building the makeshift sleds,
he pointed to the ramshackle cart lying nearby.
The wind brought another sandstorm. It wasn't as powerful as the previous one, but it disoriented me enough that I lost sight of the pale sun and eventually realized I'd been heading west all along. So, as you understand, there was no turning back.
I understand.
It was an empty statement, meant to fill the silence left by his words. In reality, she had no idea what to think of the entire situation. One thing was certain. They were stuck in the heart of a cursed land that was trying to kill them at any cost. What more could be said after such devastating news? They both pondered this, but neither found an answer. Without words, they agreed that the best course was to end the conversation, especially since exhaustion was taking its toll and their eyelids grew heavier. It was a losing battle, bound to fail. They decided to surrender to their dreams and wait until morning to decide what to do next. If they survived another night gripped by the bone-chilling breath of the great desert, the decision was made as naturally as the seed of an ancient plant that knows it must grow toward the sun. Just like that, the two wanderers understood they had to keep heading west, where the pale star hides from the night, creating a faint spectacle of poor, lazy colors on the horizon. Without food, dirty water, filters, vaccines, protective goggles, hats, or full clothing, they trudged forward as if to prove to higher powers that they were capable of miracles. In their case, every step, every meter conquered was a miracle. The path was arduous, exhausting, and soaked in malevolence. The banshees, those wraiths that linger between life and death, were no longer just black dots on the peaks of the dunes. They circled around them like vultures over carrion before it truly turns into dead meat. They made awful sounds, like the choking roar of an engine before it explodes. As they drew closer, the banshees tempted them with the prospect of a gentle, painless death, one that would free them from this wretched journey across the endless crimson ocean. More than once they brushed against their tired bodies, testing how close they were to the edge of life. But it wasn't just the banshees haunting these eternal wanderers. To the north, tornadoes gathered, dancing together, pairing up to bore tunnels into the hardened earth. They combined in 3s and 4s, tearing the surface apart, scattering the red dust in all directions, creating crimson fountains. As the swelling on Carmen's face subsided, her skin became covered in scabs, scars, and the salty traces of dried tears. She had become so much like the desert landscape that it was hard to tell her once smooth cheeks from the dead steppe, steeped in death and despair.
It's not far now,
She kept telling herself, lying with each step just to take another one. She waited for the moment when her legs would give out, and she'd fall rather than voluntarily lie down on the scorching sand to end her suffering. She longed for this misery, this pain, this cacophony of agony to finally fade into oblivion. But she did nothing to cut short her suffering. Like the hero from a child's tale, she kept pushing her boulder up the mountain, despite all the hardships fate threw at her. She refused to give the hermits the satisfaction of a passive surrender to death. She wanted to leave with her head held high and to accompany the mysterious man to the very end of her life. In this brief period filled with sorrow and misfortune, they had grown closer than she could have imagined. They were more than lovers. Their souls had been bound together by a journey that no one, good or evil, should ever have to undertake. The nameless man, driven by his own shortcomings, also trudged forward with great difficulty. It was getting harder and harder for him to catch his breath through his cracked, bloodied lips. His throat was parched, and his mouth was filled with red sand. He remembered dragging the woman on makeshift sleds for several days, leaving him in a pitiful state. Every few minutes, he lost his balance, teetering on the edge of collapse. He no longer had that glint in his eyes, that grim, brooding eloquence, or the masculinity etched into his face. Instead, he resembled a convict who had spent his entire life in a penal colony, beaten and humiliated by guards. He was weak and frail, thin, wiry, and every exhale sounded like nails scraping against a chalkboard. In moments of weakness, it was Carmen who helped him, taking him by the arm as they moved together through the desert plains. They spent hours this way, under the sun, where their tattered clothes failed to shield their wounded skin from its merciless rays. From a distance, they looked like two drunken friends, bouncing off invisible walls. All that was missing were pitiful songs, cheap wine tasting of sulfur, street prostitutes eager for easy money, and guards patrolling the cobblestone streets of the empire. They interspersed these moments of torment with conversations about trivial matters, counting the stops, wondering if the next one would be their last. But there was always another moment, another second, another minute, another hour. Time stretched endlessly, like an elastic band.
Do you remember your childhood?
Carmen asked, wiping sweat from her forehead during one of these stops. They sat on a hot mound of sand, surrounded by shifting dunes.
Now you want to ask me about my childhood? I've heard that your entire life flashes before your eyes when you die, but I've never heard of this kind of interpretation.
You're avoiding the question,
the young woman observed.
And I have my reasons.
Really? You're going to avoid sensitive topics now? Surely you don't think we'll survive this journey, and I'll be able to reveal your secret.
When did you become a pessimist?
Since I met you.
The words struck the man like venom. The moment Carmen finished her sentence, she realized she had said something deeply wrong. She had changed beyond recognition since leaving the Empire's capital. When she crossed the stone border of the metropolis, she was a joyful, hopeful young woman who believed that with strength of character and determination, she could forge her own path in the furnace of life. But after years of wandering, after fighting against adversity and the darkness lurking in every human soul, she had become like the nameless man. People say that travel broadens the mind, and Carmen had hoped that this long, arduous journey would open her eyes to new horizons. She was certain she would see the beauty of this world and be convinced that finding the evergreen valley was worth it to save a dying land. Today she was no longer so sure.
I'm sorry,
She said quietly, letting him know she regretted her earlier words. Her companion merely waved his hand, as if her bitter comment hadn't affected him.
It's nothing.
but I really...
You have nothing to apologize for. You worry too much about words. Words are like bullets. They can hurt, but only if fired from the right perspective. Look around you. Do you really think one comment can touch me when deadly grains of sand swirl around us? The last thing you should do now is apologize for anything. It's too late for that. Now, we have to accept what's been hanging over us for so long.
You mean death?
Death and despair still have their time to come. I'm talking about the fact that a person can never fully understand all the mysteries surrounding them.
Are you saying you've forgotten your own childhood?
And do you remember all of your childhood, or just the fragments that stuck in your mind and over the years turned into a bleak lie? I remember more dreams. Sometimes I dream of a tree growing on a step, covered in white blossoms that rise into the air at the slightest breeze, creating a floating carpet of delicacy. I see through a haze valleys from which the first cities rise, full of greenery and clear water. Sometimes when I look at the sky, it seems alive, blue, azure, and the pale sun shines in shades of lemon and orange.
Your dreams are beautiful.
They're nightmares. They show me a world I could never experience because I was born after the war.
The war changed the world.
The war only stamped the changes that humanity had been implementing for hundreds of years. But to avoid a gloomy atmosphere, I have a dream, one so real that sometimes I wish I could believe in it. Perhaps after death, that's where I'll end up. Who knows what awaits us on the other side?
Will you tell me about it?
I can't answer the question about my childhood, so consider this a form of compensation.
I'm all ears.
The man took a deep breath, as if about to reveal his greatest secret. Perhaps it wasn't truly a secret, but it was something he had never shared with anyone before. Now, with the crimson, furious guillotine hanging above them, he decided he could spare a few moments to share his precious dream.
I am merely a little boy. That's how I see myself in the face of this mighty mountain. I stand at its base, all alone, but instead of feeling loneliness, I feel gratitude for this moment of respite in this chaotic world. It's a world that fills me with joy and excitement. In my mind, images of the most diverse landscapes swirl, green lands crossed by dozens of crystal-clear rivers where wild animals live and die. I don't know their names. They seem strange and extraordinary to me. Some have long necks, others have their heads adorned with thick beards resembling crowns of kings. In the distance, in the depths of this majestic landscape, I sense the presence of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of trees rustling in the wind. The air around me smells fresh. There's no stench of coal smoke, industrial fumes, or the odor of the streets. It's blissful and serene. In this scene, I gaze up at the mountain, whose peak rises before me like a white monument. It's tall, steep, all-powerful. It towers over me and the ground I tread on every day. Dark clouds gather around it, hurling lightning. When I touch its sharp, razor-like rocks, I feel neither fear nor anxiety. My limbs tremble with respect, as if I've found a long-lost kindred spirit. My thoughts swell with excitement. I can become whole. I take on the challenge and begin my ascent. It's a painstaking, arduous journey, full of sacrifices. I leave bloody marks as the jagged rocks cut into my boyish skin, but I feel no pain. Suffering or the bitterness of failure is foreign to me. I am free from flaws. When I finally reach the summit and can admire the beauty of the entire landscape, I am overwhelmed with the joy of discovering new places that stretch out on the horizon. On the map of my mind, I mark each destination I should reach. I am an explorer. I am invincible. In this one singular moment, I am a god.
A beautiful dream,
said Carmen when the nameless man finished his story.
So you're a god?
That's how I imagine gods if they were ever with us. But looking at our world, climbing the highest mountain, they would only see pain and suffering. Maybe it's better that they're not here. It makes no difference whether they were real or not. This world wasn't made to be admired.
A few days ago, I wouldn't have agreed with you.
And today,
Today, I'd say only one thing. If this world is so vile, so cruelly wicked, then why do we keep moving forward? What drives us?
do you know the answer?
The red-haired beauty laughed softly, revealing in her smile 2 missing teeth, which must have fallen out when she hit the hard ground during that unforgettable, fierce storm.
What made you laugh?
The man asked, intrigued.
I just realized that I don't know the answer. I have no idea why we keep going, enduring this torment. We could lie down here, close our eyes, and wait. We probably wouldn't have to count the minutes long before the desert swallowed us. And yet we keep moving. We keep moving.
Maybe we move because we don't know the answer. Maybe if we did, we wouldn't take up the challenge.
You're probably right.
Perhaps we'll never solve this mystery. But I do know one thing. I've caught my breath. We can keep going, to lift our spirits. Let's see where we end up, where our stubborn hearts lead us. Let's test ourselves in this eternal chase for happiness.
This isn't a story filled with sudden twists. There's little room here for mystical magic, frenzied chases, or heroes battling against fate. It's a dull, painful journey under the scorching sun, a slow, arduous trek through freezing nights, a tale of survival, suffering, and acceptance of the inevitable. So it's no wonder that the path taken by the protagonists turns into a monotonous blend of sadness, regret, and relentless endurance. It's difficult to inject anything interesting into this monotony of despair when days and nights pass by unnoticed. The gray shades blend into a single moment, a blur where no one counts steps, minutes, hours, or days anymore. No one remembers what happened after that fateful conversation about the mountain from the dream, when the ominous wind arose and the wailing banshees, which had foreshadowed this moment since the beginning of the journey, finally arrived. First came the unbearable cough, but as is often the case with a cough, no one took it seriously. Just an innocent symptom that couldn't possibly herald disaster. Yet when a person starts coughing up blood and spasms grip their exhausted body, the cough becomes something more. It turns into a symbol, a cruel, brutal harbinger of doom, which struck when her limp body collapsed onto the hot surface of the sand. The Nameless One watched as Carmen, the daughter of Adam Phoenix, fell lifelessly, without any resistance. Half-conscious, she writhed like a rat thrown into boiling oil, her limbs twisting in ways that were hard to comprehend. For a moment, she regained consciousness, even though vile foam mixed with blood appeared on her lips. She tried to fight, to scream, but her blue lips and swollen throat distorted the sounds. Her desperate attempts to communicate were incomprehensible. Despite the lack of water in her body, tears welled up in her eyes. Is this how it ends? She thought.
You can't give up now. Do you understand, Carmen? You can't.
The Nameless One rushed to his dying companion, holding her frail body in his weak arms. His actions said it all. Even knowing that death is inevitable, a person is never truly ready for it. Always, regardless of how many years they've lived or how well they knew someone, the time they had felt insufficient.
Go on, find that valley. Find it.
Carmen whispered before losing consciousness. For the world, 2 hours passed, but for her, it was just a moment. At first, she thought this was death, but as she smelled her own sweat and saw the shadow of a figure leaning over her, she knew she had returned to the living. She was terrified by that fact. She didn't want to live through her death again. It was an agonizing, raw, and horrific moment. Only when darkness fell could she rest. Why did she have to come back? Why was fate so cruel?
You have to get up.
She heard a male voice. She recognized it and felt anger that her savior hadn't left her to her fate.
You have to get up,
he repeated, emotionless.
Leave me. I've had enough. Do you hear me? I've had enough. I don't want any more pain, this suffering. I just want to rest.
The man leaned closer, gazing at her with large, understanding eyes, as if peering into her soul. For a moment she feared he was a product of her dying mind. He had the same bruises, scars, and cuts she remembered, but there was something different about him, something elevated. Was fate mocking her? Was it truly this cruel? She couldn't answer those questions.
You have to get up.
Why? Why are you so cruel not letting me go?
I don't have the strength to carry you anymore, and there's something you need to see.
Carmen looked behind her and saw a trail winding into the depths of the desert. All this time, her savior, this mysterious stranger, her hero, had dragged her along when she was unconscious. Now, he insisted she stand and fight against the acceptance of her own death. What could be so important, so significant, that she was supposed to reject it now?
Listen.
I don't understand.
Try to disconnect from the world you know and just listen. Find that one seemingly insignificant sound and immerse yourself in it. Find the strength to stand. You have to keep going.
She still didn't understand this cruel request, having already made peace with her death. What could be more important than this defining step? To help her, the Nameless One placed his dusty, bloodied hand over her eyes, forcing her to focus on her surroundings. She discovered nothing significant. She could only hear her shallow, uneven breathing and her barely beating heart, which seemed weary from pumping thickened blood deprived of essential water. As she listened more intently to the sounds around her, she began to pick up the whistling air escaping from her weak lungs, coming from a short distance. The rustling of the gentle, for desert standards, wind in her imagination transformed into the image of sand particles tumbling across the cursed land, joyfully hopping on the backs of dunes. Amidst these sounds, a sudden murmur struck her, something entirely different, unique, something she had never experienced before. Was it the engine of a small automobile, or perhaps a train crossing the steppes in the distance? No, that would be too simple. It was something unfamiliar, something that made her uneasy. She shivered, filled with emotion, like a balloon about to burst.
What is that sound?
She asked, uncertain.
Answer it yourself. You only need to get up and see with your own eyes.
You're cruel.
No, I'm not. And the answer is just a few steps to the west. Just be careful. You might fall.
That's impossible.
Tears rolled down her cheeks, scarred by all the cruelties of the great desert.
It's impossible.
And yet it is. That's why you have to stand and keep moving.
So it's true.
The valley exists, and that mysterious murmur you hear is nothing other than the song of the river flowing through the valley.
So close.
Carmen wept, feeling she had no strength left to continue.
No, my dear, neither close nor far, just right. Now you'll stand and finish your journey. Together we'll descend into the green valley. I've already found the path leading down. If you want to die, you'll do so, submerged in crystal clear water. So get up and walk.
Crying, sobbing, trembling from exhaustion, pain, and wounds, the young woman forced herself to fulfill that cruel request. The pain was unimaginable. The agony she felt then is indescribable. No words, no metaphors, no curses could convey the suffering, the bitterness, and the torture her body endured in that one single moment. She felt like every breath, every tiniest movement was punished in the cruelest way imaginable. She thought her heart would shatter from exhaustion, that her swollen, blackened veins would open like fresh, unhealed wounds, or that her organs, her lungs, would simply cease to function. But despite all the suffering and despair, nothing of the sort happened. Instead of horror, darkness, and fear, she saw green shimmering in the distance as she approached the edge of the plateau. She marveled at the lush grass, the tall trees densely covering the fertile land, and the many branches of a blue river cutting across the landscape. On the horizon, She saw a mountain with a snow-capped peak. But what truly caught her attention were buildings erected by human hands, now slowly being reclaimed by nature. Before she could say anything, overwhelmed by the sight, her strength left her completely. She fell unconscious into the arms of the Nameless One. A week had passed since the two had managed to descend from the plateau and drink the crystal-clear water flowing through the riverbed, which, like an ancient serpent, wound around the valley, hiding it from human eyes. In the safe shadows and the rustling of green leaves of tall, joyful trees, the two travelers were slowly recovering. For the first few days, Carmen fought for her life. She groaned in pain, lost consciousness repeatedly, and coughed up dark, repulsive blood. There was no certainty that she would survive this journey. Yet fate, in its merciful nature, allowed her to gradually regain strength. The edges of her wounds softened, and the traveler began to reclaim a part of herself. She looked like a wretch sentenced to life on the farm. She was so emaciated that her protruding bones stretched her frail, wrinkled skin. Her hair had lost its reddish glow, becoming dull and brittle, like the dry branches of dead trees that grew around Assyria. For the first few days, her gaze was vacant, fearing that this place, which seemed like paradise, was merely a projection of her exhausted, dying mind. Many hours and many conversations passed before she believed that everything here was real. Numerous times, the Nameless One reassured her that the hunted creature, the size of a small dog with soft fur and sweet ears, wasn't some cruel joke. At least 3 times, he swore on his deck of magical cards that the waters flowing in the stream would bring her comfort, and that the white, fluffy clouds lazily drifting across the azure sky were not the product of her sick mind. The man without a name had a lot on his plate during that time. He took care of Carmen, uncertain of her situation, while also rolling up his sleeves to hunt strange, wild animals with shapes foreign to him. He built a shelter, gathering firewood, breaking small branches, and arranging them into a makeshift roof attached to the mighty trunk of a tree with a sprawling canopy. After those few tense, uncertain days, on a warm evening at the foot of the campfire, Carmen finally spoke.
I still can't believe we conquered the Great Desert. I suppose I'll never shake the feeling that this might all be a lie, but
She took a deep breath.
I'm grateful you brought me here, even if this world turns out to be an illusion.
It wasn't my doing. It was your determination that led us to this valley. Under different circumstances, I would have turned back to civilization. You knew that. I saw it in your eyes.
And yet, you're still here.
Apparently, life writes all kinds of scripts.
Yes, sometimes those stories seem unbelievable.
What do you mean?
Sitting under this great, powerful tree, I had time to think about a few things. I observed the slope from a distance, the one we descended from. Or rather, you descended, dragging me behind you. I still can't imagine how you did it. It seems impossible.
I had a lot of luck and determination. Even I can't fully comprehend it, but we made it. After 2 days of painstaking descent down that dangerous, winding slope, I stepped onto the soft, green grass and collapsed nearly dead. I remember those final moments perfectly. I was exhausted, half dead, and the only thing I wanted was for the pain, this ordeal to fade into oblivion. Believe me, I was as close to death as you were, perhaps even closer.
So what changed? What made you rise, take me in your arms once more, and bring us here, to this small hill between the stream and the dense forest?
It was a good, very fitting question, one that wasn't easy to answer. The man himself didn't understand what had happened as he slowly accepted his defeat. He lay on his stomach, panting and sighing under the weight of his pain. He felt as if his bones and muscles had shattered into tiny fragments, resembling the red, cursed sand of the desert he supposedly left behind. At that moment, nothing had the right to piece him back together again. But sometimes the human body, in extreme conditions, manages to spark something that reignites the flame to fight for survival. Such was the case with him, this man on the brink of life and death, resembling a walking corpse whose face bore countless scars. He never answered himself whether what he saw was real or merely a product of his mind, but that one unique moment allowed him to find the strength to try once more. Before his eyes appeared a woman, clothed in the morning breeze, with a smile that could disperse the darkest night. She shone with the living light of a star, and the rays that surrounded her eased the pain in the exhausted man's body. The mysterious figure moved closer to him, almost gliding in a dance-like motion. She leaned over him and gently brushed his cheeks with her fingertips. Though he couldn't see it, he felt as if his open wounds began to close and heal at an incredible pace.
Mira,
he asked, bewildered. The figure he named Mira merely smiled. It was an idyllic, life-filled smile.
where am I? Am I dying? Can I finally rest?
You are where you need to be.
The woman replied with a sweet, innocent voice.
But this is not the time and place for your death.
A cruel fate that won't allow me to leave at the height of my suffering,
the man said, barely catching his breath.
2 days ago, you were just as cruel, not letting your companion die in peace. Why should I treat you any differently?
The nameless one tried to grasp the glowing figure by the ankles, to feel her reality, but his fingers passed through her like mist.
So, you're an illusion.
Perhaps I'm the echo of this valley, trying to speak to you. Perhaps I'm merely a creation of your imagination, trying to motivate you to endure this pain. Maybe I'm Mira, whom you so desperately call out to, and I've come to save you. Or maybe I'm just your inner voice, sobbing, pleading, and bargaining with you because I don't want to die. Not here, not in this beautiful place. You've conquered the great desert. You can't simply give up now as a reward.
I have no more strength.
You ran out of strength long ago, yet divine wrath didn't stop you. Lack of water and food didn't stop you. Carmen sinking into darkness didn't stop you. Neither did the absence of faith, hope, or acceptance of the world around you. So why should it be different now?
So you're the writer, the director of this wretched play? You still want to see how far a man can go despite adversity? Why? Why have you brought so much pain and sacrifice upon me?
My dear nameless man, I am no one important, and I am certainly not the terror and ruin of your misery. Perhaps I don't even exist, for you'll never be sure if this scene truly happened. But that doesn't matter, just as words don't matter in this moment.
Then what's so important that you disrupt my end?
Perspective.
The woman touched him once more, and, with a graceful, delicate motion, turned his head to look at the unconscious, Carmen lying nearby.
We both know you desire death, but you expect your end to pass without disturbing the waters, like a stone cast in anger at the dark lake of life's reflection. Your fate is intertwined with hers. Without you, she will die as well.
Now I know who you are.
Do you now?
You're me. Within every human, there are forces that whisper words of faith or venom. This eternal struggle between darkness and light shapes us, gives meaning to our existence. We are opposites. I'm just not certain which side you stand on, but... The nameless one looked again at the girl, who battled dreadful convulsions. You're right. Her fate is my fate, for better or worse.
The man sat in thought for a moment, replaying the extraordinary conversation he'd recently had in his mind. But when he looked at Phoenix's innocent face, he decided not to share the details of that moment with her. It was too intimate, a deeply personal matter he preferred to keep to himself.
I don't know what happened. Maybe death simply wasn't meant for us at that time.
The girl accepted this answer without further questions. Her mind was occupied with something else. Her strength was slowly returning, and with it, her curiosity was reborn. Her thoughts drifted back to the tall, seemingly steel structures she had glimpsed beyond the dense forest. She had so many questions and so few answers. Did people live here centuries ago, or had the gods themselves erected those buildings?
Have you been deeper into the valley?
She asked, her excitement growing.
No.
Why?
She replied, unable to hide her disappointment. She couldn't fathom how anyone could resist the temptation of exploring this paradise for so many days.
I was waiting for you to recover. After all, it was your determination that brought us to this land of greenery. You deserve the privilege of being the first to see this place in all its glory. I'm just a bystander here. I had no right to take that from you.
These words stunned Carmen. She had never encountered such selfless sincerity before. Throughout her journey, she had so often faced human cruelty. So many lies and acts of malice could have broken anyone, but not her. She still believed that people could be good and noble. And now, finally meeting someone like that, she could hardly believe her senses. This dark, aloof, and brooding man, who seemed to see nothing but contempt for the world, had now revealed himself to be a knight in shining armor. It wasn't what she had expected. She even felt unworthy of such a gift. This confession meant more to her than the valley itself, though the valley was indeed something extraordinary. The next day, they ventured deeper into the greenery, where the rustling of leaves and birdsong created an entirely new world. For the first time in their lives, they saw creatures that could lift themselves off the ground and glide through the sky. They also encountered two small, brown-orange animals with pointed ears, darting across the branches of the mighty trees. They marveled at the multicolored flowers, ranging from bright yellows to beautiful indigos, and even reds that no longer reminded them of the menacing great desert. In this place, filled with lushness and beauty, even the pale sun and the graphite sky seemed to come to life, gaining vibrant colors. The wind no longer carried the stench of decay, oil, or dust. It was fresh, humid, carrying the scent of plants. The air was filled with the sounds of small, innocent mammals and mysterious reptiles. Life blossomed at every step, and nature was gently, patiently reclaiming the lands that, as the heroes believed, had once been inhabited by people. Carmen, fascinated by the history hidden behind the vines of wild ivy she had read about as a child in the encyclopedias of the Old World, could now admire statues covered in living emerald. She walked along cracked roads and paths from which tufts of grass sprouted. The tall buildings, reaching dozens of meters, had become homes for animals and plants. It was harmony, an idyll. And then she saw something both fascinating and intriguing. In the center of the abandoned town, a rocky mound rose, its sharp edges resembling castle towers. Despite the passing years, decorations made of colorful paper, attached to the solid structure with threads and strings, had somehow survived.
Look!
Carmen shouted excitedly.
They must have held some sort of festivities here, maybe even joyful rituals. Or, wait, do joyful rituals even exist? Never mind.
She waved her hand dismissively.
Let's go inside.
Before the nameless one could protest, and he was about to, the enthusiastic girl grabbed his hand and eagerly pulled him toward the carved entrance. Thanks to a carefully designed system of openings and mirrors, which still functioned despite the passage of time, the interior was illuminated by brightness and countless hues refracted through stained glass. Without a doubt, thought the explorer, this was a place of worship. She saw a stone altar, several benches, countless candle holders with burnt-out candles, and statues of priests holding ancient symbols of power, a crown, a scepter, and a carved crest on a shield that, unfortunately, hadn't survived intact, making it impossible to fully grasp its meaning.
We should leave,
said the nameless one grimly, feeling uncomfortable in a place where rituals and ceremonies had clearly been held.
Don't tell me you're afraid of lingering magic.
Carmen teased.
You don't even believe in gods, so what here could possibly harm you?
Just because I don't believe doesn't mean places like this aren't touched by forces we don't understand.
I can't believe that anything sinister could be hidden in this valley. Look at all the colors and vibrancy around us. It's truly fascinating.
True, but...
He started, wanting to add that despite the colors and beauty, something bad must have happened to the inhabitants of this valley. After all, among the abandoned homes and temples, there wasn't a single human soul, no bodies, no signs that anyone had ever lived here. It seemed very suspicious to him. But before he could say more, Carmen saw the largest stained glass window in the dome. It depicted a man in a hat.
I knew the gods existed. Look, it's an image of one of them. And not just any god. It's the gambler himself, the highest of the gods, who wielded a deck of cards in his arsenal.
Really? The highest god was called the gambler? It's a shame they didn't name him the trickster or the magician.
Mock all you want, but this is proof that the gods existed.
Do you really think an image on stained glass makes gods real? We should be grateful that this valley exists, that life thrives here and offers hope for the future. There's no point dwelling on a past immortalized on a piece of glass.
When did you become so gloomy again?
Maybe when I regained my strength after that hellish journey.
They both smiled slightly, silently agreeing that it was quite a humorous response.
Or maybe you're feeling jealous.
Carmen prodded.
Jealous? Of someone who doesn't even exist?
Maybe because the god in that stained glass window looks strikingly like you.
The girl was right. The god depicted on the stained glass wore a long, leather coat, somewhat resembling a cowboy's, along with a distinctive dark hat bent to one side. He had a thick, jet-black beard with a mustache and an expression that was both cold and gentle.
I've heard people are made in the image of gods, but I didn't think it would be this exact. Maybe you are a god? Tell me, are you the gambler?
Phoenix continued joking, while the man stood silently, focused, studying the image of the mythical figure.
Do you think that if I were the highest god, I would have gone on this hellish pilgrimage with you? I'd more likely pull out a magic card and summon a flying carpet to take me to my destination.
Oh, come on.
She patted him on the shoulder.
You need to lighten up. Besides, he's more handsome than you.
With that cheeky, slightly sarcastic joke, Carmen ended the discussion, laughing heartily. She was so full of enthusiasm and joy that she could have danced or even flown, as if her body were filled with the lightness of a balloon.
Do you know much about him?
Her companion asked, curious.
So far, I've just said he's more handsome than you.
Maybe you could tell me more? After all, it seems I was born in his image.
I could throw in a few interesting facts if you want.
Go ahead.
He was the most important god among the whole constellation of supernatural beings. He went by the nickname we now know him by, the Gambler. Apparently, he gave up his true name for his beloved. He was also selfish, often wandering alone through our world, and I think he didn't like us. In his myths, there's often a sense of disdain toward humanity.
How can you not love a people who built the empire?
Looks like you do have something in common with him.
Charm?
More like a lousy sense of humor. And besides, you use an echo of cards, though his artifact was probably much more powerful.
Maybe I'm his reincarnation. I've heard that in the southern parts of the empire, there's a cult that believes we're just different versions of the gods.
Who do you think I would be then?
I don't know the names of the gods.
It's funny you don't know them, because the Gambler was the first to leave us in our time of need, and yet he's the one who was remembered. Isn't that just sarcasm?
More like the irony of fate that we remember someone who didn't want to be remembered.
Do you really believe that?
After all, he left first. He must have had a reason, assuming the gods actually existed.
But let's not dwell on that today. Today, let's celebrate and rejoice.
That I can agree with,
the Nameless One admitted. Carmen could revel in the ancient, forgotten history and make plans for the future of humanity hidden beyond the great desert. It was a good day, a beautiful day, the most beautiful day in her short yet turbulent life. A day that could have lasted forever, and not without reason. She had meticulously planned what would come next. She wanted to reach the square she had seen on the horizon, where solid pavements intersected, forming a network of alleys and pathways. She longed to rest in the shadow of a fountain that had withstood the ravages of time, and then make her way to the tallest building in the area to admire the craftsmanship of those who had constructed masterpieces from stone, steel, and cement, blending them seamlessly with the surrounding nature. This synergy, this harmony, was like a drug to her. At that moment, one might say Carmen was on a high. But after every dose of happiness comes the time to pay the debt, and the collector arrived just as the two heroes, convinced the worst was behind them, left the temple dedicated to the gambler. As they left the colorful temple, the air was suddenly pierced by the sharp whistle of a bullet, which struck the stone structure behind them. A second shot sent chunks of earth flying, and then, as loud as a locomotive's whistle, a red ribbon of fury cut through the dust and sand, slamming into the stunned man with the force of a giant. In an instant, the Nameless One instinctively reached for his deck of cards, but the echo of the boomerang was so powerful that it threw him several meters back, knocking his weapon out of his hands. When the dust settled, a dazed Carmen saw the true embodiment of the devil standing before her. This devil, though wasted, hunched, and missing his right hand, was still Everett Yeager, surrounded by his now somewhat diminished crew. His ironic, mocking smile made Carmen shrink back in fear, pressing herself against the cold wall of the dome.
How is this possible?
She stammered.
At first, I wondered the same, replied Everett with a devilish confidence. But I underestimated the witch's magic. Apparently, at the last moment, she made a pact with the dead. They agreed to let us pass if we brought them new souls. It sounded like a children's story, but as you can see, it worked. Maybe not perfectly, since we suffered some losses.
Next to him stood Daniel Sills, the same man who had fired the first shot. His twisted face was full of hostility. It was hard to imagine what he had done to survive in the great desert, but he wasn't the only one who had to smother his humanity. Ethan Woodworth had also paid for his past sins. He had been responsible for the cruelties within Yeager's crew, and now those horrors were slowly killing him, just as he had once choked his own conscience. To survive on the desert steppes, this band of degenerates had brutally murdered Francis Rufus and Marvin Rupert, and it was Ethan, who had taken up the boomerang, that each night carved the flesh from his fallen comrades and roasted it over a fire for the remaining survivors. The last person who had the audacity to survive the wrath of the gods was, of course, Shelby White. She looked the worst of all, missing 6 fingers, 1 eye, and several teeth lost in a quarrel with Everett. Her body bore the marks of torture she endured each morning to appease the dead. Each of them, even the gang leader himself, bore the scars of suffering and pain, haunted by the nightmare of survival that had become their reality. The witch's magic, superstitions, and inhuman sacrifices had allowed them to twist their cursed fate and stand before those who had destroyed their plans. Yeager was meant to rule over his farm and die of old age. Shelby was to gain immortality through her rituals, and the rest were supposed to drink, exploit prostitutes, and terrorize Assyria. Instead, the pursuit had shattered their carefully built world.
A lot has happened during this chase,
Everett continued after a moment of reflection.
It's astonishing how much a person can endure when driven by desire, how much suffering they can take to fulfill their twisted dreams. You must have suffered a lot on your journey, my dear, but you have no idea of the torments I've endured. Honestly, I was ready to kill Shelby, thinking she had deceived me. But then, in a flash, just before that desperate step, I saw your tracks on the dried earth. It was a sign from the dead.
And the dead are still waiting for their payment. They crave his soul.
Shelby White interjected. She no longer feared her boss. During this journey, she had proven to be as ruthless as he was.
They'll get it. They'll have his soul.
Everett replied, then turned to Carmen and the Nameless One.
What an unexpected twist. So many days ago I was ambushed. I almost died, lying in a wagon dragged by my men. And today the roles have reversed. But tell me, who will drag your wagon when you're dying on this beautiful green land?
Leave the girl out of this,
the Nameless One said, struggling to his shaky feet. No one had ever struck him down so hard with a single blow.
Look at that. Our savior has finally arrived.
The gang leader laughed wickedly.
You still don't understand. This chase was never about you. I know your foul mouth, your dilemmas, your flashes of chivalry. This revenge isn't about you, it's about her. She's the catalyst for all of this. If it weren't for her, you'd never have cut off my hand. If it weren't for her, I'd never have pursued you on this journey with no return. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have to kill you now.
Finding himself in a hopeless situation, the man desperately tried to locate his artifact. He knew that without it, he stood no chance of winning this fight, especially since he was alone, facing 4 furious people, hungry for revenge, for all the wrongs suffered during their journey across the great desert. Time was running out, but the Nameless One spotted his most precious possession, the deck of cards, lying at Carmen's feet. He was ready to break every vow he had ever made to defend the innocent soul that Carmen Phoenix was to him. In his eyes, she was one of the few rays of goodness in the dark, corrupted world of the Empire. Even here, in this oasis of greenery, she was the only one worthy of this paradise. But before he could lunge for his weapon, he noticed bony hands emerging from the ground, trying to pin him in place. He had to leap away, moving further from his salvation. Moments later, he heard the whistling sound and saw a crimson streak in the air. The boomerang was back in action. The echo of the boomerang, sharp as a razor, almost took off his head had he not dodged at the last moment. But all his evasions were in vain when Daniel Sills fired a precise shot, hitting the Nameless One in the knee and bringing him to the ground. Crawling with the last of his strength, he didn't see Everett closing in until it was too late. With all the strength he had left, the gang leader struck him with his magical staff, breaking his jaw. Under other circumstances, Yeager would have beaten him senseless, just as he had once done to poor John Marlowe. But now he was out of strength. After the brutal assault, he slumped to the ground, breathing heavily, but with a look of clear satisfaction.
So this is how your story ends,
Everett said with grim satisfaction.
Ethan, bring the girl over. We're not so cruel as to let them die alone. Let them watch as we peel the skin from their bodies and break their bones. Or maybe I'll try a taste of human flesh. Her chest looks appetizing.
Carmen struggled, trying to escape the bandit's grasp, but even wounded, he was stronger. The Nameless One looked at her with desperate eyes as she was thrown to her knees in front of him. He couldn't speak, barely able to keep his mind together as he fought against the excruciating pain of his shattered jaw. But he tried to convey something to her.
I need the deck of cards. I need my echo.
His voice, barely audible, seemed to manifest in her mind.
It's our only hope. It's behind you. Trust me. Reach for my echo.
The thought unraveling in her head was abruptly interrupted when she saw Everett snap her companion's right leg. The bone pierced through the skin, and thick, filthy blood oozed from the wound.
Carmen, please, save us.
She heard his voice once more in her mind. Driven by desperation and a voice she shouldn't have been able to hear, Carmen sprang to her feet, attempting to flee. but her run didn't last long. After just a few steps, the echoing sound of a gunshot rang out. The bullet struck her spine at the lumbar level, mortally wounding her and leaving her legs paralyzed. Sills approached Carmen, aiming his revolver straight at her head, ready to end it all with one shot. But he was stopped by the devil himself.
Leave her. She'll be gone soon enough. I want to see this spectacle. Let's see where the limit of an already dying body lies. It might be quite a beautiful performance.
Jaeger said darkly.
Look at your woman. Look as every drop of blood drains her life away.
Shelby White added, moving toward the half-conscious man. She grabbed him by the throat, forcing him to watch the grotesque scene. Everyone around laughed like madmen, all but the clowns themselves. Carmen, daughter of Adam Phoenix, an aristocrat mocked by the inhabitants of the Empire's capital, a traveler, an archaeologist, a wanderer. She had earned many titles along her journey, but these last few meters in her life would be the most difficult. Only 2 meters separated her from the deck of cards buried in the sand, yet for her, it felt like crossing thousands of impossible miles. It felt as if she were climbing the summit of the cruelest mountain in the world. Every movement brought unimaginable agony. Her imagination whispered that her muscles were tearing, her bones were being crushed. Crawling forward, she felt such torment that she found herself, in her twisted way, longing for the gentler touch of the desert.
She's still moving. Look at that, she's still moving.
Ethan laughed, hopping cheerfully around the barely conscious girl.
I wonder where she's headed.
I have a better question, Everett said with fascination. I'm intensely curious to see where our dear girl will finally rest. Any bets?
The savages enjoyed themselves immensely. They took turns beating the tortured nameless one, forcing him to watch Carmen struggle. She didn't have it easy either. After overcoming the first meter, her tormentors began to harass her. They poked her, yanked her hair, and kicked her in the stomach. Only Everett watched her with a wary eye, growing increasingly serious. He asked himself why this girl was heading straight toward the wall of that horrid building. Had death so intoxicated her that she didn't realize where she was going? Or did she have some hidden goal that might change the outcome of the entire situation? He quickly dismissed the thought as absurd.
Enough of this game,
he said after a moment.
Daniel, prepare the meat for the fire.
Without hesitation or remorse, Daniel Sills shot the girl square in the back, puncturing her body twice. She collapsed, lifeless. Everyone laughed and sang, except for one of the outlaws. Intrigued, Ethan walked over to the body he was about to prepare as the main course, and turned it over to see what she had tried to reach before her death. He noticed an open box from which cards had spilled out.
Looks like someone was a gambler,
Woodworth joked.
Someone wanted to bet their life, but lost the game. What a shame.
Well said. As a reward, you can have a taste of her chest,
Jaeger added proudly. He triumphantly turned toward the imprisoned nameless one, but was suddenly struck by the terror in Shelby White's eyes. Her reaction was strangely unsettling, as if she knew something that the others had yet to understand.
What now?
Everett snarled, gripping his staff tightly.
Did things not go as planned? What do your damned spirits want this time? Should I cut off my leg, gouge out an eye?
The voices of the dead.
The witch began, barely able to swallow.
I can't hear them anymore.
What do you mean, witch? Speak plainly.
Before the voices went silent at the moment Daniel Sills killed the girl, the dead let out one great anguished scream.
Be clearer. I have no patience for your riddles, especially at the height of my triumph.
By the gods!
The dark-skinned woman whispered, staring in horror at the thick, ink-black fog that began to rise from the open box where the cards had once rested. Seeing this, she took a few steps back, stumbling over her own legs and falling to the ground. The other men silently watched the grim spectacle that had even struck fear into the spirits of the dead. Accompanied by sounds reminiscent of a wild beast's howling, the darkness floated through the air, circling all the witnesses of this inexplicable phenomenon. Ethan felt as if death itself was sniffing him out, while Daniel felt an eerie, cold touch brush against his skin. The dark force lingered longest around Jaeger, who seemed unafraid. Indeed, within him, a sense of respect for whatever this was began to grow, something he couldn't rationally describe or classify. Yet amid all these awakening emotions, fear was notably absent. The mist, after circling the square several times, stopped at the feet of the Nameless One, and then it swallowed him. At least, that's how it looked from the other's perspective.
Can someone please explain to me what the hell is happening?
Everett demanded. But no one dared to answer his brash question, for just moments later, tiny bolts of lightning began to spark within the jet-black smoke. These minuscule flashes triggered thunderclaps so powerful they could have put hurricanes, tornadoes, or any other natural force to shame. Everyone felt the impact of each thunderous roar, as if the very air was striking them, and the fog itself began to expand. The phenomenon distorted the edges of reality, as if the world were being seen through thick liquid. Suddenly, the last bolt, the final lightning strike, unleashed a tremendous shockwave that nearly knocked all the spectators of this ancient magic off their feet. When the final gust of wind died down, the fog dispersed, revealing the man now standing tall. He wore a long black leather coat, a cowboy hat, and in his right hand he held a deck of gilded cards. He was marked by a thick, black beard, a prominent mustache, and eyes that gleamed with the unnatural white light of lightning. As if nothing extraordinary had happened, Jaeger began to clap and cheer.
A marvelous show. Now tell me, what do you plan to do next? And most importantly, who in the God's name are you?
I never imagined I would be forced to break my word,
began the transformed Nameless One, his voice sharp and unpleasant.
I was supposed to don this attire when I witnessed the beauty of the world, but thanks to you, something entirely different happened. Instead of beauty, I saw ugliness.
A mysterious aura surrounded him, visible only to the witch, who trembled with fear. In the blink of an eye, the man appeared right beside her. Beneath the facade made of dreadlocks, beads, and clothes sewn from human skin, he saw a terrified little girl. He pulled a card from his deck depicting the King of Hearts holding a scythe and handed it to the woman, who couldn't compel her muscles to obey.
Speak,
he ordered, his single word carrying the force of a military command that made Shelby White jump.
Tell me, Shelby, because I'm curious. What did the dead say right before they left you? What frightened you so much?
The ground trembled as an impatient Everett Jaeger struck his staff against the earth. He hated being ignored, for he saw himself as the star of the entire show, at least in his mind, in his story. The Nameless One raised his right hand, not even turning to face the bandit, and said calmly,
I'll deal with you soon enough. Be glad I've saved you for last.
His gaze bored into the witch's soul, who felt as though he were looking at her from the perspective of her entire life.
Shelby White, you've always dreamed of eternal life. You wanted to break the cycle of birth and death. You'd give anything to learn from the dead how to achieve it. So tell me for the second time, what did the dead say about me?
Why do you want to know?
She asked timidly. The man smirked wickedly.
Depending on your answer, I might share with you a secret about your dream.
They said.
Shelby glanced over her interrogator's shoulder, looking at a fuming Jaeger who was seething with rage.
They said you were the most terrifying of us all. That hatred had consumed you.
What else?
They said we wouldn't find mercy from you.
The Nameless One patted her shoulder.
Shelby White, the witch. Let me share a secret. The dead don't lie.
He placed 2 fingers, his index and middle finger, on her forehead and added,
I'll grant you your wish, but you won't be pleased with it. Imagine how lonely an immortal feels, wandering among mortals. That's what awaits you. Only you will be alive among the dead.
He gently pushed the stunned witch away, and she fell to the ground without resistance. The moment she struck the earth, she turned into a statue. Even Jaeger, who had felt no fear until now, was visibly shaken by this. Humans are remarkable beings, capable of acting against their will in moments of extreme fear, as was the case with Ethan Woodworth. Summoning his remaining strength, he threw his boomerang at his opponent. Lacking experience, as he had only recently inherited the echo from John Marlowe and Rufus Francis, he couldn't muster a spectacular attack. The red ribbon sliced through the air, narrowly missing Everett's head, and flew straight toward the Nameless One, who effortlessly caught the magical weapon mid-flight. He examined it briefly before letting it drop to the ground, then shattered it with a single kick.
To think the original boomerang of the god Atari could once slice mountains in half, and now it barely gains the speed to turn red. They used to speak of the blue ribbon. It was an extraordinary sight. But you don't deserve such a performance. Instead, Ethan, for your sins, you shall be consumed by the very earth you've defiled.
The Nameless One drew another card from his deck. This time, it was the Ace of Clubs, its symbol painted with human skulls. He tossed the card into the air, and it spun before bursting like a soap bubble. Ethan didn't have to wait long for what would happen. From beneath his feet, bone-like hands sprouted like bamboo, trying to grasp the terrified man. In a panic, he ran, leaving behind a disgusted Everett and a silent Daniel. The fleeing man desperately tried to escape the scene, which now unquestionably belonged to the Nameless One. But from every direction, from below and beside him, hostile, clawed hands emerged. One of these shadowy entities grabbed the villain by the neck, leaping from the wall of a nearby statue he had been passing. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the area. Ethan kicked and writhed like a small crying child as he was mercilessly dragged into the stone structure. The torment lasted only a few moments, but the final result left even the gang leader speechless. Everett was struck dumb as he saw, about 20 meters away, a human figure half consumed by the motionless statue. Daniel Sills, considered the most intelligent member of Jaeger's gang, didn't wait for his turn. With a steady hand, he grabbed his magical revolver, spun the cylinder, and, without emotion, aimed at the Nameless One and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced his skull, creating a gruesome fountain of blood and shattered bone.
Who in the god's name are you?
Everett shouted in agony. And although he desperately wanted to know, the truth he received shook him to his core.
I am a god who hates you,
answered the Nameless One, drawing the Ace of Spades.
And may this earth swallow you whole.
He tossed the card onto the grass. The ground began to tremble and crack. To the horror of the last living witness, the fissure began to advance toward him. At first, Everett tried to flee, but when he understood his predicament, he decided to face his fate with the dignity of a true king. He straightened his back, puffed out his chest with pride, and adjusted his hair. He closed his eyes and spread his arms wide like a condor. The verdict came swiftly, yet even then, he made no sound. He didn't squeal like a child, didn't scream, didn't cry. He only clenched his teeth so hard that a trickle of blood ran down his lip. He didn't even have time to feel pain before the earth closed over him, crushing his body and shattering the artifact that he hadn't let go of in his left hand. The entire scene lasted no longer than 5 minutes, for that was all the time the awakened god needed to punish those he had come to hate with all his heart. The Nameless One stood motionless for a long while, struggling to regain control over his awakened senses. Surrounded by the greenery of the valley, the pure and beautiful nature, he felt the proximity of the temple dedicated to him, and yet all he could see was grayness and darkness. In his eyes, the world was still a cursed place, destroyed by lost souls who, in their desperate search for salvation, unknowingly ravaged everything in their path. Blackness, graphite, and the pale sun once more took hold of the valley, which was meant to be an oasis free from evil, scorn, and greed. It was supposed to be a sanctuary, separated from the corruption of the empire and the sickness eating away at its core. But amidst this mire of depravity and moral decay, the god saw something precious, something worth protecting at all costs. He approached Carmen's lifeless body and, with the respect it deserved, arranged her in a dignified manner. Upon her chest, he placed a funerary symbol, in accordance with the tradition of offering the departed something meaningful during their final farewell. This object often held profound significance for both the deceased and the one left behind. The man gifted her his deck of cards, and then he recited a prayer.
The storm is coming. I hear the thunder and the wailing of the terrified wind. I see lightning tearing through the darkness like a blade through the black gown of night. I feel the trembling earth, as if frightened, awaiting the inevitable, and the swaying of the unyielding crowns of trees. I watch the river, snaking like a cashmere serpent toward the eye of the cyclone. I notice the birds fleeing in panic and the animals desperately seeking shelter. I sense the approaching wall of a tsunami, formed from the billowing clouds of doom, an unstoppable force. I plunge into the darkness, defenseless as a child. I am like a broken flower, submitting to a power that cannot be resisted. I am ready for the journey through turbulent layers of air. I rise, carried by the thunderous wonder of the world, crushed by divine might, twisted by the cruel fate that mocks this new puppet. Squeezed, shattered, stretched and remolded, I levitate above the world. I see, through thousands of eyes, valleys reshaping themselves. I hear the walls built by human hands cracking. In my mind's eye, images of poverty and despair paint themselves as the storm of change scatters fragments of earth to the edges of the world. It carves grotesque statues of kings, emperors, and czars who dared to believe they would survive the tempest of history. An epic of fury approaches. A symphony of blue lightning draws near. Justice is coming, judgment and verdict in tow. The time is approaching, indifferent to our truths, lies, and slanders. A judge with a whip arrives. The advocate remains silent. The accuser carries his conscience upon his shoulders, and the speaker forgets his words. Yes, the storm of our choices is upon us, the tempest of our lives. This is the hurricane of prayers for all the changes we must make before the gods curse us.
The god, the man, the eternal wanderer without a name, made his choice amid the rough words of his prayer. Those words, those paragraphs, those stormy phrases were not meant for Carmen. They were meant for him. He placed his hands on the woman's chest, closed his eyes, and reversed the flow of history. He finally understood that everything revolved around hope, not an inevitable sentence of justice. He realized that his death wouldn't be in vain, that it would carry meaning. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, and her gunshot wounds healed in an instant. The bruises and scars that bore the curse of the great desert faded away. The girl once again became the red-haired beauty with an innocent, lively face, and when she opened her eyes, she could once more captivate men's hearts with her gentle gaze.
What happened?
She asked, weary, as if awakening from a 1,000-year slumber.
What happened to you?
She touched her savior's face.
I don't have much time left, and there's so much I want to tell you before I go.
What have you done?
This isn't the time or place for our little quarrels. Listen carefully because this is important. Can you do that for me?
Carmen Phoenix nodded with a heavy heart, seeing the man slowly becoming transparent.
The gods haven't abandoned you. They didn't leave you at the mercy of a vengeful fate. My brothers and sisters loved you so much that they chose to live your lives. They valued this life so highly that, in the end, they forgot their divine nature and became mortals. They chose to live and die as humans. But as they left a piece of themselves in their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren.
Is that why you wandered across the empire?
No, that wasn't the reason for my wandering, but indeed in the faces of people, I saw the faces of the gods. Sometimes I felt that passing by a shop in the capital of the empire, I was seeing Ertulpin, the Lord of Hammers, selling used clothes, or Cassie, the sage of the 100-mile forest, working in a metal mine. These were moments both beautiful and terrifying.
Can I know then what you were searching for across the world?
A reason to put back on the old skin I had shed with the death of my beloved. Hers was the only face I never saw among humans. She had no children because, although she renounced immortality, she remained faithful to me until the end, until the day one of the human diseases took her forever.
You promised to use the cards when you saw the world through her eyes.
I see, dear Carmen, that you listened to my stories. Yes, that was the reason for my endless wandering. And though I never found that reason, I now know that sometimes you have to break a promise to save a miracle. Mira would never have forgiven me if I had acted otherwise.
A miracle?
You showed me that a person can be better than they are. You're a small, insignificant spark to this vile world. But for me, you became a star that guided me to the end of my journey. And for that, I am eternally grateful to you. You became my miracle.
The woman took his hands and drew them close to herself. She wanted to feel his warmth, which was slipping away with each passing moment.
Before you.
Ask me before I leave, and don't fear the word. Death isn't always something dreadful. Sometimes life is far more terrifying.
What is your name?
You may call me the gambler, for sweet Carmen. Your story about me giving up my name for my beloved is true. From the beginning of time, when I first saw Mira, I knew she was meant for me. She, wanting to ensure my loyalty, knowing the debauchery of our brothers and sisters, set me one condition. If I gave up my name, she would give herself to me, forever. I didn't hesitate for even a moment and never regretted her love.
The gambler still managed to tell her about the birth of the world, where oceans flooded canyons, animals raced across green meadows, and trees wove networks of dense, vibrant forests. When Carmen asked why he hadn't revealed the secret of this beautiful piece of land to her, he answered,
Just as I forgot my name, so many divine secrets were locked away from me when I abandoned my true form.
They could have spent many more days, weeks, or even years talking about ancient times hidden in the pages of history. But they didn't have that luxury. The most fearsome of the gods, the god who hated humanity, the god of cards and wagers, the god of fortune, the god of malicious fate, and the god of many fearsome titles, had to depart with the warm spring wind. And although he closed his eyes, he had managed to open his heart. He could finally join his beloved, his brothers and sisters, full of hope and free from all worries. He was free, and so, without guilt, he bid farewell with these words.
Dear Carmen, remember us. Remember the gods who gave their lives for you.
The miracle of resurrection brought with it a burden Carmen had to carry from that fateful day until the end of her life. Though she had shown the last living God that human life was worth the sacrifice, he, in turn, revealed to her his doubts. Unintentionally, he had planted a seed as black as tar in her heart. As that seed grew, it wrapped itself around her soul like a poisonous ivy, making it impossible for her to stay in this green, idyllic valley. In her eyes, the azure sky took on a shade of graphite, and the sun became pale and lifeless. Instead of the beauty of the statues and the builder's might, she saw only squandered potential. Observing the struggles of animals on the edge of life and death, a few weeks later, she set out once more across the great desert. lashed by the harsh wind, scorched by the heat pouring down from the grim sky, tormented by the vile whispers of the banshee that haunted her at night, and plagued by the hermits. She reached Assyria sick and exhausted. The town greeted her with cold, suspicious glances. The inhabitants murmured sinister spells in the form of rumors, although no one directly recognized her, treating her as just another wanderer defeated by the desert. One man dared to approach her, believing her words might change his life.
Did you find what you were looking for in the desert?
Carmen paused for a moment. She looked at the stall she had built many weeks ago. She no longer resembled the enthusiastic girl who had first arrived in Assyria. Now, she bore more resemblance to the nameless one who had lost faith in humanity.
Yes, I found the answer.
What is it?
There is only suffering and pain waiting for us in the desert. There is no green valley, no treasure, no gold or silver. You can tell that to any wanderer from now on. In the desert, only death and oblivion await them.
With that bitter response, she left the man who had dared to speak to her. She herself headed toward the heart of the empire to take on the role of a wandering preacher. The cycle was complete. Adam Phoenix had left the land shrouded in mist, and his daughter decided to return to the land of misery. Instead of preaching her father's words, she told people about the gods and their sacrifice. She wanted to honor them. She wanted to repay her debt, because she knew that it wasn't the gods who cursed humanity. It was humanity that had forsaken the gods.